All right, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It is February the 18th. It's a little past 5, and we are reconvening the Alachua County Commission and the Plum Creek Sector Plan Proposal public hearing. And there's a few items of business that we're going to take care of, and then we'll get right to hearing from the public. The first is that you see the message up here regarding lobbyists. If you're paid to be here to represent somebody, then just please disclose that when you come up and talk to us. And if there's anybody who wanted to do that last time, then you can always just indicate out at the table that you are a lobbyist for comments that you already made, and we'll take those. You can also register as a lobbyist tonight if you wish to. There is an issue for people who were signed up. As you know, you can sign up to be a speaker who didn't speak at the last meeting. We got through the first 47 speakers, but there were a handful that left early. And so, commissioners, how would you like to consider that? Commissioner Cornell.
Mr. Chair, thank you. I would recommend that my count was 12 people were not able to speak because they were not here. My recommendation would be that those 12 people be queued up first, and then we either get through them, and then we continue our list, and then at the end, that if they show up late, then they be put to the end of the line.
Yeah, I'm good with that.
Anybody have any objections to that? All right, so that's the way it'll work. So when the clerk puts up the list of who speaks, we'll start at the top for people who did not speak, work our way through that 10 or so, and then we'll be on to, I think, speaker number 48. Let's see, I think that's we're going to take breaks roughly every 90 minutes. There'll be 10-minute breaks, and so we'll go straight through till 6:30, and as close as I can get to 6:30, that will be it. Speakers have
10:30.
I mean, well, no. At 6:30 we'll take a break, and then at 8 o'clock we'll take a break, and then and so forth. We need to be out of here at 10:30 unless we're really close to finishing things up. We can stretch it a little farther than that, but the school board and our video crew has some time limitations. If we do not complete all of our business tonight, we will recess this meeting, and we will reconvene exactly a week from now, which would be February the 25th at 5 p.m. And I'll announce that at towards the end of this meeting as well. Are there any other items that commissioners wish to bring up at this time, or any changes to the agenda? Commissioner Pinkerson.
Yeah, if we can start out with no clapping and whatnot, I think that would be very good. And
Thank you for the reminder. We really like for everybody, regardless of their point of view, to feel comfortable coming up here and speaking to us, and part of that means, please, no cheering or jeering, applauding, or anything else. It just leads to a much more civil atmosphere for those who you may not agree with, and they would be extending you the same courtesy. So let's do the best we can, because it indeed does have a chilling effect on people's willingness to speak. So any additional items? If not, Madam Attorney, you good? Ready for us to go?
We need to adopt the agenda, but other than that, yes.
Well, we kind of adopted the agenda, but we can re-adopt it. Go ahead.
Yeah, do we have to re-adopt it? I mean, because it was a recess.
We recessed, so I don't think we're...
That's true.
Okay, so we're not
Cell
going to...
phones.
If the clerk's okay on that.
Yeah, and you can turn off some cell phones now if that helps. All right, so what we're going to do is go to the top of the list, and the first would be Don Goodman. Is Don here, and does he wish to speak? If not, we will go to Brad McFadden. Is Mr. McFadden here? And then we'll go to item number 14, William Elliott. Is Mr. Elliott here? Would you like to speak? All right. Mr. Chair? Yes.
Mike's not on, I don't think.
If I could just ask that when people step to the microphone, that they state their name again, what happened last week, because the names were on here. But
Okay.
when people got skipped, I wasn't always sure we were on the right name.
Okay, thank you.
That way the clerk can keep them straight.
So, good evening, Mr. Elliott, and state your name and then tell us what you think.
I'm William Elliott. Greetings to the chairman and members of the commission. I and my family live in Countville. I've lived there for 43 years. We care about Countville. It's our home. I'm a homeowner, landowner, taxpayer, and voter in Alachua County. We and most of my neighbors who voted for you are asking you to stay with your original comprehensive growth plan and not destroy our community. The Countville community has never been a burden on Alachua County. However, we have been loyal property, taxpayers, and voters. I and a lot of my neighbors live on a fixed income. We don't want to be put at risk of losing our homes or having to move away because of Plum Creek's plan, a multi-billion dollar corporation who doesn't care about the people of Countville at all. I'm going to need more light.
Yeah, why do the lights, Mr.
Hang
Chair,
on,
why
somebody's-
does that keep happening?
Somebody keeps leaning against the light switch, and that's the problem, so thank you.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay. I've heard that Plum Creek developers have made contributions and donations to different groups and organizations, trying to convince these groups and organizations to agree with them on their plan. Countville is on a wetland area. The soil is unstable when it gets wet. The soil washes away during extreme weather events, hurricanes, tropical depressions, severe thunderstorms, and El Nino weather events. If this huge area is drained, cleared, and elevated above our properties, we will be put at a greater risk for our properties being flooded, bacteria and waste from septic tanks contaminating our drinking water, more water standing and washing away soil in areas around the train tracks. Even though they are inspected frequently, it still has had a derailment happen out there, caused because of that unstable soil. The possibilities for these events are increased if this huge subdivision is allowed to be constructed. That whole area will have to be elevated on a higher level than the surrounding land that's there now, so that infrastructure can be put in place and to protect Plum Creek from being flooded, while the Countville and surrounding communities will be put at more risk. There are no guarantees about employment just for Alachua County people. People from Clay, Putnam, Bradford, and Marion County and other areas will be competing for these same jobs. That's the way equal opportunity employment works. And so some of these people from nearby counties, which are closer to Countville than Gainesville, who may get jobs at Plum Creek, will take their money back to their counties and pay property tax in those counties and sales tax in those counties, not in Alachua County. So the big winner here is going to be the developers, not the people of Countville or Alachua County residents. Now, we, the people of Countville who voted for you, are asking you to stay with your original comprehensive growth plan.
Thank you for your
Thank you.
comments. Appreciate it. And the next will be Nelson Garr. Mr. Garr here? Okay, we'll move to Dale Crockett. Is Mr. Crockett in the house? All right, we'll move on down to Monica Cooper. Monica? Ms. Cooper, all right. Let's go with Marion Coleman. Is Marion Coleman here? And then Robert Bushbacker.
Samuel Jones.
Oh, Samuel Jones, sorry. Samuel Jones Jr. here. Yes, sir. Good evening.
Good evening. Good evening. Pleasure to be here tonight. I'm Samuel Jones Jr. I've been pastoring here in Gainesville for over the last 40 years, especially East Gainesville. I deal with a lot of families who the Plum Creek initiative will greatly improve. A lot of my constituents work 2 jobs. Thank God for that. They're willing to work. They're willing to do things, but the income they need is just not there. We are constantly assisting these families, and many of them cannot even attend service because they're working 7 days a week. So I'm here to ask you to approve this and send this plan to Tallahassee. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Now Robert Bushbacker. Robert Bushbacker. All right. Kurt Kent. Kurt Kent. Pat Bartlett. Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you for your time.
And repeat your name,
excuse me.
please.
My name is Pat Bartlett. I'm a
Thank you.
resident of Alachua County. I will just say the obvious, that the comprehensive plan was pretty much by the people, of the people, and for the people, and you should probably stick with it. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Kenneth Higginbotham. Is Kenneth Higginbotham here? And now we're to speakers who will be new to the thing. Is Vivian Filer here? Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Vivian Filer, and I sure do appreciate the opportunity to speak. I really want to call attention to the fact that the plan that we're talking about tonight in Vision Alachua County is not the Plum Creek plan. This plan was devised from a committee unlike any that I've ever served on, and I've been on many. The entire community was represented. And when those people were not at the table, they were invited at other events to participate. So I can't believe that we're here saying that Plum Creek brought something and sold it to us. They didn't. Also, I'm a little concerned about the fact that we're talking about 12% of their property. We're 88% they're not going to touch. I'm also concerned about the wetlands that we keep making comments about. A wetland can be a mud puddle, I'm told, anything up to Payne's Prairie. And so everybody who's into preservation, which Plum Creek has done more than anyone else has, and conservation preservation, I am into conserving lives and preserving households, because human life and human beings are as important as the big black bear. So I would want us to go beyond just being environmentalists when it includes the animals that roam. I want the animals. I think they should be there. But I don't think we should give up having to do something about those of us who live on the east side of town. Now, I've been on the east side of town longer than most people have been in this world that's in this room. And what I've seen is disparity. So when you say it's not here, that's because you're not here. There are disparities in education, disparities in jobs, disparities in everything. We have to travel 18 to 20 miles to go to a doctor, to go to a Publix market, to go any place, to go to a movie. You know, I'm at the Cotton Club. Back in the 40s, they brought a movie theater here. It didn't last, and there still is not a movie theater here. So what are we talking about? Well, we're talking about, please listen to what the people say. We brought along over 800 petitions that people have signed that said, I want to have Envision Alachua County. So they're not here, but they sent their voices. So no matter what, I'm for education, I'm for a better lifestyle, I'm for conservation, I am for preservation, I am for economic growth. Why can we keep on diverging northwest, going into other neighbors and neighborhoods and going into other cities when we can't even do anything for East Alachua County? I think we can, I think we should. The time is now. And Plum Creek is willing to work with the comprehensive plan, which is not as comprehensive as you think, because I don't remember it offering all of the things that we have been working toward. So I ask you to please consider.
Thank you for your comments. And next is Brian Smith. Brian Smith. Next will be Lindsay Krieg. And after that will be Mildred Robinson. Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you. I am Lindsay Krieg, and thank you for letting me speak this evening. I've heard so many things said over the course of the last 4 or 5 years, really, since this project started. And I think for me, what is important is that we recognize that when we talk about the long term, when we talk about 40 and 50 years, I think it's taking a very short-sighted approach to consider that this land will not be developed. This land will be developed in one way or another. And I think what this opportunity is providing is taking a holistic approach to how we can make the absolute best use of developing this land in a way that will provide an opportunity of an unprecedented level to develop our county in a way that will provide the most opportunity to the people who need it the most. If we want to sit here and say that we are the best, we're the best university in the state, we're one of the top 10 research institutions, we have the best community, we are the most giving and caring, which is what we pat ourselves on the back for on a daily basis, then we really have to take a holistic approach to how we provide for not just one sector of our citizens, but all of our citizens. And we really have not been doing that. So if we are truly to take care of all of our citizens, then we need to take care of those who are most in need and are most vulnerable. And right now, that is those on the east side of town, and that has been that way for many years. So when we have a landowner who is coming to us and has come to us for the last 5 years and said, what do we need? How can we use these lands? Let's take a step back and say, you know what? Here's an opportunity where we have support from the University of Florida, we have support from Santa Fe College, we have support from the business community to actually work together and make it the best opportunity possible. It's not about one private company that's saying, I'm gonna make this happen. It's about us as a community coming together to figure out how we can make our city and our county better for everyone. Yes, there has to be some give and take to that process, and Plum Creek and Vision Alachua, they're willing to do some give and take, but that doesn't mean that we throw everything away and say that there can't be any change. There has to be change in order for us as a county, us as a community to go forward and grow, because that's the only way you develop, and that is the definition of smart development. So I very much urge you to move this request forward. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Mildred Robinson. David Parr, we think. Some people have better handwriting than others, apparently. Is David Parr or Farr here? Next will be Wayne Irwin. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Wayne Irwin, and thank you, Commission and Chair. I live in East Alachua. I have land in East Alachua. I have a business in East Alachua. We employ people in East Alachua. We've expanded and are now doing manufacturing in East Alachua. I support growth. I support business. I support economic development. However, I was also sent here or requested to come here by the Chamber of Commerce, and I do not agree with the Chamber of Commerce. I recommend that you support staff's recommendation to deny this application. This is not a matter of jobs. It's not about jobs, people. It's strictly about zoning changes. It's a zoning change. A lot of people bought land out there knowing this land's protected. They bought lots of acreage. They've been living there for their entire lives, or they just bought it recently with their retirement money, whatever it took to get them to have their little piece of paradise. And if you change the zoning to that, that threatens obviously all the floodplains and flowways and wetlands and everything that protects that land now. Absolutely. This is not an issue of anti-development. I think we wouldn't be here if this were somewhere else in town where it's not a flood zone, not a floodplain, not a threatened. This is a strategic ecosystem that needs to be protected. It's going to be a tough fight. These guys are a very well-polished machine that knows what they're doing, that knows how to come in this community and get people to side with them. They're not even the developers. They're not going to develop this. They're just going to flip the land because they've increased the value. This is not about jobs. You want to create jobs on the east side? Sure, it needs it. Look at Hawthorne Road. There's plenty of vacant businesses. There's plenty of vacant businesses on University Avenue. 26 all around. You want to increase jobs in that area? I've got an idea. How about you eliminate taxes, property taxes for a year for every full-time employee? I mean, but this isn't about jobs. It's a sidebar. It's a distraction. The main thing going on here is a zoning change that would dramatically change our community. Does anybody here not like Alachua County? I love Alachua County. It's great. We have all these natural resources. We have these beautiful areas that are protected because we have these comprehensive plans to protect them, to think about, hey, this area floods. Look at the maps. There's no puzzle to this. It's all there. These guys get paid to do what they do. They know what they're doing. That's why you pay them, right? So again, I support staff's recommendation to deny this, please, and I hope you hold the fight and stand up against this as well. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Come on, folks, please don't do that. Hugh Edward Suggs, please. Good evening. Can somebody help with the mic, Chris?
I could use a little help. It seems pretty sensitive, though. Yeah. Thank you so much.
Good evening.
Good evening, commissioners and concerned citizens. My name is Hugh Edward Suggs, and I've lived on the east side of Gainesville for the last 30 years. And I raised 4 wonderful citizens here on the east side of Gainesville. My Native American mother's people were here for thousands of years, living in harmony with this land before the first invaders showed up, raping and pillaging in the name of progress. So my roots are sunk deep into this land that's being proposed for development here tonight. As a school teacher, I taught my students to cherish this world that we all share. This damaged body of mine is a living example of not being able to redo something once it's been damaged or ruined. Mine was the result of an accidental encounter with an inebriated log truck driver. This proposal on the table tonight is different, though, in that it's a planned attack on living things, but the result will be the same: damage that can't be undone. I'd rather place my trust in my own county commissioners and a thoughtfully developed land use plan to better safeguard these beautiful, sensitive lands over an outside corporation whose loyalties are only to their stockholders or to some state bureaucrats whose leadership and judgment seems to be rather questionable as of late. There are many choices we should not make as a society and many voices not being heard here tonight. I offer up mine for our children and grandchildren, as well as these wetlands and its wildlife, whose futures will certainly be at risk if we don't use our power to protect this fragile ecosystem from greedy capitalists. Now, an original poem for you to consider as a way to illustrate my point. Ice melts. A smattering of bird calls and chainsaws echo across another forest, chasing each other around a dull canyon where limb and vine once held hands with chattering sound. This lonesome new melody floats on a warmer wind, missing millions of voices and wing beats, plays in the background as the monarch's dance thins to a conga line, holding hips with the rest of us dominoes, caught in this tree, bee, and milkweed roundup. It's all happening right here below the big talk, folks, where barkers sell their tickets to new lines of invaders as handfuls of sand hills still thrill us, hovering majestically over clear-cut, drained swamps, now filled with shops, sidewalks, and superhighways. Eventually, they'll land in flooded business districts, swallowed by ice that's melting carbon-laced tears, lamenting our penchant for using the oily black crayon when finishing our landscapes. I urge you to dismiss this folly proposed by this newest group of invaders, Plum Creek, or whomever owns them next. Thank you for listening.
Thank you for your comments. Bruce T. Wilson. Good evening.
All right, good evening. My name is Bruce Wilson. I've been living in Gainesville since 1979, and I used to live on the east side, but then I moved to the northwest side of town, and from what I've seen, there's a lot of disparity on the east side of town, and a lot of people don't have time to really raise their families right because they're working so many jobs. They don't even have time to volunteer, to serve the community. I think bringing this a vision, Alachua, Plum Creek to the people to be able to create jobs is a good thing. So I think progress, that's what we need, to bring some progress and some jobs to that side of town. And I say, yes, go forward with this, with what you're going to do. That's all.
Thank you for your comments. Kevin Monroe. Good evening.
Good evening. Good evening, Mr. Chairman of the board, board commissioners. My name is Kevin Monroe. I'm a member of the business community and a board member of the Chamber of Commerce and a resident of Alachua County. I thank you for this opportunity. And I use the word opportunity purposefully. You see, as I walked through the doors of this auditorium last Tuesday evening and again tonight, I thought about the hundreds of thousands of students that have also walked through those very same doors and have not had the kind of opportunity for real hope that this opportunity can provide. Each year, our graduating students walk across our stages and grasp their diplomas in one hand and just a small glimmer of opportunity in the other. Eventually, your time in public office will end, and also my time in the business community will fade, and will bequeath this glorious community to our most precious resources. Don't let their hope for a brighter future or their thirst for a better opportunity end without knowing that we put aside all of our differences to create a vision for their success. I ask you to be bold. I ask you to be courageous. I ask you to vote to transmit the plan. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next is Donald Shepard. Donald Shepard. Next would be David Deas. Oh, hey, how's it going? Your handwriting must be worse than I think.
It is.
How's it going?
Good evening,
David Pace.
Mr. Commissioner and fellow commissioners. I'm David Pace. I'm proud to be a realtor and a conservationist. I think one can wear both hats. And I've lived in Hawthorne area for 15 years, and I'm very aware of the need for sustainable economic development in eastern Alachua County. But the choice before you tonight is really a monumental decision that's going to affect land use patterns and growth in the county long past our lifetimes. And driving today along 301, I just noticed how beautiful the landscape is, how much of it's wet and how much of it's undeveloped. And I look at other parts of the county like Archer Road and other parts in Florida that have seen sprawl like State Road 27, and I cringe to think that 301, with the increased traffic that could come with a corridor road from Jacksonville to Tampa, what 301 could look like in 50 years. And driving around, I actually drove down 1474 and tried to imagine what it would look like to drop 3 Hale Plantations or 2 Town of Tiogas along the Windsor Road or along 301. And what really strikes me is, even if you could practically do this, what the sector plan is calling for, where is the water going to come from? And we've seen the district just approve siphoning out St. Johns River to meet the demands of ever-increasing Orlando area. And I want to remind everyone that this Orange Lake Basin Plan is severely impaired. Noonan's, Laclusa, Orange, all high nutrient levels. That it has to be acknowledged are the result of many years, decades of heavy, intensive silviculture. And it seems to me like some effort would need to be made to address cleaning up these water bodies and also reminding everyone that this is also in the Silver River Springshed, which is going to affect the long-term quality of that water body. So the sector plan as it's currently envisioned, I don't think does in any way account for cleaning up water and making sure there's going to be adequate water for subsequent development. Certain parts of it, like the IFAS plan, are brilliant, I think are worth pursuing, but overall, I don't think that the current plan should be transmitted, and I think you should follow staff recommendations to not transmit this. We have one chance to get it right, and I think the commission should make sure that they do the right thing, and also remember that a scheme is not a vision.
Thank you for your comments. Come on, folks, please. Paul Lyrene, good evening.
Yeah, I'm a biologist and a 40-year county resident. I don't think that most people want Alachua County to look like Broward County or Dade County, clogged with traffic. Plum Creek is not Santa Claus. It's a real estate investment company with headquarters in where? Out in Washington, Seattle, Washington. They have asked permission to develop a large parcel of poorly drained forest in eastern Alachua County so that land that's worth $1,000 an acre can be sold for $50,000 an acre. And the city will be built, which means that the land that surrounds that, which is a lot of it will be owned by Plum Creek, will no longer be rural land worth $1,000 an acre. It'll be urban land worth hundreds of thousands of dollars an acre. This project is a potential gold mine for Plum Creek. So even though they're promising promising the county a lot of things and a lot of people a lot of things, don't sell our environment too cheap. In order to build the city, Alachua County, they have to set aside the Alachua County Growth Management Plan, carefully written to protect sensitive wetlands, to prevent costly sprawl, to ensure that the county taxpayers don't end up subsidizing massive infrastructure costs caused by development, new roads, new schools, fire stations. The Alachua County program staff has determined that the Plum Creek development would hurt county residents in all three aspects: sprawl, environmental degradation, and taxpayer expenses. So Plum Creek has promised a lot of things to a lot of people, but I would request of the county commission that before you do anything, you get written down in legal contracts with a bunch of lawyers looking at it carefully to really pin them down so that when all the people that are now making oral promises to us are gone, that we got something that we can back up what they have told us. For example, I think one very useful thing would be, before you do anything, why doesn't the Plum Creek deed to the Nature Conservancy all of the conservation and preservation land? So, and the Nature Conservancy probably would be willing to let them grow pine trees on the conservation land for the next 30 years. But after the 30 years, the conservation land and the preservation land would be owned by the Nature Conservancy. This would give us some assurance that 20 or 40 or 60 or 80 years from now, all of this conservation land is not developed and sold to somebody else. So on Thursday night, the county staff and the Plum Creek people, it was obvious from their presentations that there were big differences of opinion. Plum Creek said that the wetlands that they were going to destroy were not very important.
Thank you for your comments. Appreciate it. I'm going to go back. Is David Carr here? Because we mistyped his thing, and I called out David Parr. Is David Carr here? You want to speak now? Oh, you didn't? Okay, so, all right, just checking. All right.
David Parr is here.
So David Oth.
My name is David Oth. I have lived in Gainesville for almost 50 years, most of those as a working environmentalist. I joined Stand By Our plan to oppose building a new city in the middle of our wetlands. It is better to locate new development inside and immediately outside our urban core, within easy reach of existing services rather than totally detached miles away where our water supply is and very little infrastructure. The multiple violations of our comp plan demanded by Plum Creek are ready for a vote. This vote must ethically be 5-0 against. Plum Creek is a real estate investment trust made possible by a terrible federal law. As a result, sustainable forestry is quickly becoming a national Ponzi scheme controlled by Weyerhaeuser Plum Creek. These two giant corporations have quickly bought out legitimate timber companies to become the largest private landowner in the United States, including Florida and also here in Alachua County. Plum Creek quickly switched to short rotation paper pulp production, cutting down the densely planted slash pine trees and adding to this portion to maximize dividends for its stockholders. It cut down most of the older pine trees dedicated for plywood and construction lumber. As a result, its 61,000 acres in Alachua County have been quickly degraded. It switched from jobs-producing controlled burns to herbicide to eliminate plant competition, killing off much of the plant and animal life on its properties. It had massive amounts of fertilizers, polluting 3 of our 4 major lakes and many smaller ones, nearly destroying the local fishing industry, which once generated millions of dollars. Georgia Pacific soon closed its plywood plant in Putnam County, throwing 400 people out of work. All of this Plum Creek did in total silence. Plum Creek's second approach to making money was lobbying to construct a biomass plant in Alachua County. As a terrible result, Gainesville Regional Utility, a municipal company since 1912, has been partly bought out by an outside corporation to build a 100-megawatt merchant electric plant and run it 24 hours a day for 30 years. Plum Creek built 2 new wood chip mills in Georgia. The company could easily build another of these mills right here in Alachua County. At present, Plum Creek ships its chips to England and Germany, but that market can collapse at any time. GRU has been converted into Plum Creek's Patsy backup plan. Local electricity customers now pay the highest rate in Florida, and our final salvation, solar power, has been abandoned as too expensive. This loss of local control has benefited the black community, has it? The white community? No. In fact, it hasn't done anything except benefit Plum Creek's stockholder community. Now here comes Plum Creek's third boondoggle, building an urban sprawl city on top of our water supply. It has spent millions during the last 4 years distributing Madison Avenue lies by dozens of local paid lobbyists, many of whom live here. If the Alachua County Commission approves this sector plan, thousands of forestry acres will be instantly made more valuable. Okay.
Thank you very much for your comments. All right, folks, please. Jeremiah Tattersall, and that'll be followed by Rosa Williams. Jeremiah's not here? Okay. And Rosa's not here either, so, yeah, Bridget Fitzgerald. Is Bridget Fitzgerald here? All right, Ray Hughes. Good evening.
Good evening, Chairman and Board. My name is Ray Hughes. Wall Street Journal repeatedly called me a prominent Wall Street analyst. I'm a mineral economist, just to give you my credentials. I'm going to tell you that deflation means jobs will not materialize, meaning Plum Creek could burden Alachua County taxpayers with large, unrecoverable, upfront infrastructure capital costs. This risk is far greater than you realize because long-term deflation will prevent Plum Creek's projections for manufacturing jobs and our tax base from ever materializing. A long-term global deflationary downward spiral in growth, incomes, and jobs creation has begun, despite the world's central banks' best efforts to stimulate growth with free money for the banks, foreign investment centers, and Wall Street. Here's proof of the deflation. I've told you about it 12 to 18 months ago. In the past 12 months, copper price is down an additional 29%. Crude oil is down another 53%. Lumber, despite some recovery in the housing and building industry, is down another 19%. These traditional indicators of overall economic health are flashing strong deflationary signs. Additionally, in the last 10 months, live cattle prices down 15%, wheat down 25%, and milk down 20%. And the S&P index of stock prices has fallen 8.4% in the last year as a sign that investors fear global recession has arrived. Wall Street fears collapsing prices of energy company bonds and zombie corporation bonds, and contagion from very weak European banks has begun to drag down the U.S. financial structure in a replay of the Great Recession, or worse. This is because weak bank earnings leave bank balance sheets in poor condition to absorb losses on loans, as huge numbers of hydrofracking and zombie corporations have begun to declare bankruptcy. Bank earnings are half of pre-Great Recession levels. Today, B of A, Bank of America, will issue you a new car loan at 2.5%. Subtract 0.5% for origination and servicing, leaving them a 2% profit instead of 4 or 5% that it used to be. Wall Street is telling you a deflationary financial meltdown is imminent. In conclusion, there are many reasons why the deflationary aftermath from bursting of the 50-year debt bubble will persist for another 10 to 20 years. I seriously doubt Alachua County will attract manufacturing jobs. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. James Dick. And if Dave Farrow could queue up, and Susan Morey. Great. Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and members of the Commission. You are all in receipt of a cost development analysis which I provided you last week during either office visits or by email. I hope you'll carefully consider the consequences. They are quite dramatic. Looking at Envision Alachua, there are 5 key things that I'm looking at right now. And I'm staying away from water because a lot of other people are covering it. Cost, infrastructure, taxes, negotiations, and evidence. Cost. No question the project will be monumental in expense. Plain and simple, there's no way you can get around it. Infrastructure. It is practically non-existent in the proposed area, which is very low with wetlands, swamps, and floodplains. Hard to develop that. Taxes, as is always the case, the upfront cost of nearly all external factors adjacent to the development will be primarily borne by the taxpayers with no guarantee of any return on that. Negotiations, there have been none. You as a group have not negotiated with Plum Creek. They haven't talked to you. Some individuals may have. I know they didn't talk to any of us that live right in the middle of the zone that's going to be devastated by them. They pretend like we don't exist. They haven't talked to anybody except their structured, planned meetings, which are dubious at best. Even most of the staff from Envision Alachua that was here on Tuesday night left early because they don't want to hear us. They're not interested in what we have to say. Evidence. Show me one example in the United States of America where Plum Creek has taken the lead in trying to do anything close to this in a similar type situation with lowlands, and it's non-existent. You can't find it. They put beautiful pictures up. They showed you Greenville, South Carolina. Greenville, South Carolina is in the uplands of South Carolina. It's high and dry. It's not in the middle of a swamp. What most of us want to know is why would you jettison so much of the comprehensive plan based on a vision, which is mere conjecture, which also creates 2 classes of people in the area, those covered by the comp plan and those with easier treatment under Plum Creek's plan. They get the wheat, we get the shaft, and the shaft is going to be in form of taxes and being flooded out. That first gentleman from Cantville was right on the mark. Plum Creek is not a developer or a job creator. It's merely a real estate investment trust with a front operation of tree farming. Please face the truth. A lot of power still rests in your hands, gentlemen. You have the ability to decide not to transmit as your staff has recommended. Don't give that power away for a maybe, which is a non-answer, something they're very good at. Demand a win-win, not a major win-lose, which will impact this county long after we are all gone. Florida has a long history of win-lose, and all you have to do is look south, and you can see examples of nature being destroyed. After all, if they want to get a rezoning with huge financial rewards possible, they should be assuming a lion's share of the risk. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Please, folks. Dave Farrow, good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. My name is Dave Farrow, and I am the president of the Gainesville-Alachua County Association of Realtors, or GACAR. GACAR is the voice of real estate in Alachua County, and we advocate for private property rights and believe that home ownership and economic prosperity are the American dream. GACAR supports Plum Creek's Envision Alachua sector plan conceptually, and while there are many details that have yet to be vetted, we believe that this is an extraordinary opportunity for Alachua County to collaborate with the private sector to foster economic growth, education, and jobs in an area of the county that has long been neglected or ignored by both the public and private sectors. The Wall Street Journal, in an article dated July 8th of last year, identified Gainesville as the 4th worst city in the nation for income inequality. We have, for decades, watched as city and county candidates have promised over and over to bring jobs and opportunity to those who need it. The Wall Street Journal article is evidence that those promises have not been kept. If we as a community allow this opportunity to pass us by, we are left with no other plan that may impact the income inequality in Gainesville. Those Alachua County citizens desperate for a way to become self-sufficient and improve their standard of living will be left to helplessly watch as their children grow up in the same abject poverty the parents have suffered through, generation after generation. Tuesday night, I heard people suggest those people can just work in fast food. One man in the back thought it was humorous and suggested they should get a job at Butler North. These entry-level and service jobs will not fix the income disparity in our area. Government cannot create private sector jobs, but it can reduce barriers and support policies that help businesses to create jobs. Plum Creek has openly invited every possible stakeholder to the table to participate in the creation of a plan for the development of its property. And I'm going to emphasize, its property, the property they own. They've invited people in to help them decide what to do with their property. Moreover, county staff has yet to outline the positive impacts of the proposed plan and has offered no indication of a spirit of compromise or cooperation. We believe that Alachua County can best serve all of its citizens, not just the fortunate few, by finding common ground with Plum Creek and allowing this plan to move forward to the next step. Again, Dave Farrow, GACAR, thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. So we have Susan Morey, followed by Francis Putz. Good evening.
Chairman Hutchinson and Commissioners. My name is Susan Morey, and I'm a resident of unincorporated Eastern Alachua County. I'd like to read to you a letter I recently wrote to two of my grandchildren. Dear Sophia and Fisher, thank you for coming out to Grandma and Grandpa's farm for a sleepover. We had fun pushing you both on the swings hanging from the big oak tree near the barn. Feeding treats to the horses in the pasture was a little scary to you because they seemed so big to one so small. Spotting birds at the bird feeder was interesting, and seeing the sandhill crane was exciting too. The sky was so blue and wispy white clouds. It was so quiet that we couldn't even hear the cars and trucks on Hawthorne Road. Kids, I hope that you and your cousin Fiona will be able to remember these days because things are about to change. There is a company named Plum Creek that wants to sell its forest lands for a lot of money. That way, the people who own stocks in the company can get more dollars. We don't know any of these stockholders, but if we did, Grandpa and I would try to show them what is going to happen when their land is sold. First, a lot of trees will be harvested, but this time, new pine seedlings won't be planted. Large earth-moving machines will push the dirt around. No one really knows where the water will go. Plum Creek says that the companies that buy the land will build large factories with lots of jobs for the people of East Gainesville to work at. I guess that there are not enough people in East Gainesville for all these jobs, so 8,700 new homes are going to be built. Too bad the East Gainesville workers won't be able to afford the new houses. More people mean more and bigger roads, more noise, more traffic, and more air pollution. County Road 234 will probably lose its Florida Scenic Highway designation too. Grandpa and I love living out in the country, as do thousands of other people. Plum Creek doesn't care that they will be ruining our way of life. We are going to a very important meeting Tuesday night. Lots of people will be there. Some people from the city want our Board of County Commissioners to approve Plum Creek's plans. The people from the country want the commissioners to say no. The city folks have lots of money, but they want more. The country folk don't have lots of money, and all they want is for the land to be left alone so they can live the way of life they chose and cherish. The next time I see you, I will let you know what happened at the meeting. If things start changing, you can ask your older cousins, Nick, Megan, Sarah, Emma, and Kelsey, about how much fun it was to visit us before the invasion started. I love you, Grandma Susan.
Thank you for your comments. Francis Putz.
Francis Putz, Mr. Chair, thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm an ecologist with 40 years of field experience. I've been on the faculty at the University of Florida for 33 years. Over the decades, I've trained generations of ecologists, published hundreds of papers on forestry and other land uses, and established an international reputation for research on sustainable forest management. I really hope that more folks hoodwinked by the clever people from Plum Creek read my recent book on local natural history. That was an advertisement, sorry. Over the years, I've also acquired a fair number of acres locally, including 55 acres of mostly swamp in Windsor, adjacent to Plum Creek's more extensive wetlands. When I bought that land, I knew it was wet, and I never intended to develop it. I use it as it should be used, to grow trees and do research. Unfortunately, many homes have been built on ditched and drained flatwoods in East and North Gainesville. We saw a map on Tuesday night presented by Plum Creek. As homeowners in those areas well know, when it rains heavily, and I should note that heavy rains are going to become more common due to climate change, their yards and streets are flooded. Spodosols, the soils that develop under flatwoods, have a hard pan that impedes drainage. I dug a hole in my daughter's backyard where she lives up by Citizens Field. Her neighborhood was developed in the 1940s. To my surprise, the spodocorizon, or hard pan, that impedes the drainage is still there. So this problem is not going to go away for 100 years. Those people who move out to those flatwoods are going to have to wear rubber boots a lot of the time. In regards to Plum Creek's extensive conservation lands, as an expert in sustainable forestry, I must say what they call conservation, I call industrial fiber farming. I am shocked to say this, but wildlife and the aquifer would be better off with 5-acre ranchettes than what they do to their land. Bedded, herbicide, fertilized, planted at incredibly high densities, and clear-cut at frequent intervals to maximize fiber yield. It is not conservation. Finally, I love it out in Windsor, on my land on Noonan's Lake, but prefer to live on well-drained soil in southeast Gainesville. I expect that few of the upscale people that Plum Creek promises will move to their city in the swamp will appreciate their flooded yards or the hordes of mosquitoes that plague the area most of the year. With accelerated expansion of mosquito-borne diseases that were formerly restricted to the tropics, such as dengue, malaria, chikungunya, and most recently the Zika virus, the success of Envision Alachua is really doubtful. Please do not transmit this plan. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Please, folks, we really don't want you cheering or jeering or applauding. It has a chilling effect on some folks, and it's just not fair. So please be courteous. Marshall Irby, yes, sir.
Yes, Commissioners. My name is Marshall Irby. I live outside of Hawthorne. Commissioners, approximately 2 years ago, or rather 2 years ago, I was part of a neighborhood group that was incorporated east of Alachua and reviewed the initial Plum Creek plan and had serious reservations about it. We put together a letter, including questions submitted to the county commissioners on April 13th, 2014. To date, we have had no reply to the county commissioners, and we do not feel that the questions have been otherwise satisfactorily answered. Therefore, I would hereby resubmit the questions. I would appreciate it if you would answer the question before making a decision to approve the Plum Creek plan. The questions are enclosed here. I'd like to present them to the county commissioners.
That'd be fine.
Also, I'd like to say that we talk about wildlife. There's been very little because the other stuff is overbearing on wildlife. I think it's more important to people. But wildlife, Plum Creek and people like these developers, what they say, oh, don't worry about that. We're taking care of that. We're going to have a buffer zone. Well, how do they wildlife know how to get the buffer zone? That's one thing. I guess we could put board signs up for them to get there. Plus, they don't get ran over before they get there. So then the other question is, people will be saying, we got all this here, but the wildlife, they go into a corridor, they can't go, they have to live there, and before you know it, you've got coyotes living there, destroying the wildlife. So I really do feel that we need to consider our wildlife as well as this other stuff with our wetlands. Thank you, commissioners, and I hope you make the right decision. I'd like to leave this with you, please.
Just hand it to the clerk.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. Timothy Jones.
Yes.
Good evening.
Good evening, Chair, other commissioners. My name is Pastor Timothy Jones. I've lived here in Gainesville for probably about the last 39 years, and most of those years I've lived on the southeast side of town, grew up not too far from here over in the Lincoln Estates area. And I just got to be honest with you, over all that time, I don't think I've seen very much economic development on the southeast side of town at all. The most that I've seen living here has been the Super Walmart, and it was kind of an issue to get that here. I think what Plum Creek is looking to do, and Envision Alachua is looking to do, is to bring real jobs here to the southeast side of town, not just these kind of one-shop type things, but industry and lots of jobs that could affect lots of people, not only on the southeast side of town, but also elsewhere in Alachua County. It's amazing how much economic development is going on the southwest side of town and the northwest side of town. You go over across I-75 and just heading west, there's all this stuff going on up over there, but when you come on this side of town, there's really no economic development at all. I would just encourage you to do this. The University of Florida, some of the best minds have looked at this plan, are supporting the plan, including the University of Florida, Santa Fe Community College, as well as the business community, the Chamber of Commerce as well. So I would just encourage you to seriously take a look at it. I understand there's issues on both sides, but on this side of town, the southeast side of town, many people have not had access to some of these types of jobs that could be brought to this community in a long time, and I think the time is now. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Joe Lowry, and he'll be followed by Ryan Loftus. Good evening.
Good evening. Grateful for this opportunity to address the commission. I'm speaking in support of the transmittal of this application. I'm not a paid lobbyist. I had no role in the creation or the formation of Envision Alachua. I speak as someone who's lived in Alachua County for most of my life and the father of 3 small children. And as I consider the future of our community, I'm concerned about creating the kind of place that will provide opportunity for my children to live and work here in Alachua County. As it stands, the bulk of the wealth, the best employment and educational opportunities will continue to occur and grow stronger in western Alachua County. I hope that we'll prepare the kind of development and opportunities in eastern Alachua County that will lead my children and their children to want to live there, which is certainly not the case today. As a business owner, I appreciate the difference of forecasting 6 to 12 months in the future, much less 50 years in the future. During my short professional life, I've experienced 2 recessions, 2 major stock market reversals, and have had to make major differences in the way my own company operates. To make development and growth in eastern Alachua County viable, flexibility must be part of any plan. There are no guarantees, especially in the public sector or in the private sector. It's unrealistic to expect Plum Creek or any developer to provide an exact idea of what the area in question will look like and the specific jobs that might occur. I'm not here because of guarantees, but because during times of uncertainty is when we prepare for future opportunity. What Envision Alachua does is lay the framework, the possibility and the potential for better employment and opportunity while permanently conserving thousands of acres of land regardless of future ownership, contrary to what some have said. I cherish the unique natural beauty of North Florida, but I don't have exclusive rights to this. Other people will want to live here. Development will occur. We have a chance to decide decisively how we want that development to look. Plum Creek land is not public land. It is not a park. This is not a takeover. Who do you think owns Plum Creek? 63% of Plum Creek is owned institutionally. Do you have mutual funds? Do you have a 401k? You may be an owner of Plum Creek. It's fashionable to paint publicly traded large firms as these boogeymen upon which we can project all of our fears about the evils of man, but it's simply not realistic. We are owners, in all likelihood, of Plum Creek. Heaven forbid any of us should make money on land that we own, and so I certainly would not restrict a company like Plum Creek's ability to do so. Alachua County staff has considered this application within the current framework of the comprehensive plan. We should not be surprised that Envision Alachua differs from the comprehensive plan and requires this application. That's why the application process exists. It's not a reason to deny the application on its face. The 27 amendments to the U.S. Constitution testify that even the greatest documents require occasional amendment or change. I hope that you'll approve this application. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Ryan Loftus, and followed by Claudia Romero. Ryan Loftus here. Ms. Romero, good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Over the last months, we have heard over and over again about the most prominent benefits and evident costs of Envision Alachua. Now that the Board of County Commissioners will soon vote on the plan, I wanted to present a quick balance of what Plum Creek has done to our community. We found ourselves more divided than ever before. Different opinions on Plum Creek's plan have created a rift within institutions, among former colleagues, neighbors, friends, and even families. That is unexcusable. That Plum Creek managed to convince some administrators at the University of Florida that the implementation of its plan would reinforce UF's path to preeminence demonstrates how astute their way of doing things has been. But this specific issue is one that shouldn't be discussed here. The Plum Creek way of doing business has tainted also our local politics, governance, and transparency, or have we forgotten the shadows casted by the vote on the plan's approval by the Environmental Planning Commission last November? We still await answers on specific questions asked. Plum Creek and our comprehensive plan provide two contrasting visions for our own county. Yet, the departure point for this is only one reality, and this reality imposes constraints on what is possible to achieve. And although we have often heard that great dreams have no fear of time, the Plum Creek plan, as it is, represents an immediate nightmare. Our community has no time for dreaming. It has concrete and urgent aspirations and needs. We should reflect how many of these could we already achieve with the resources at hand, the people we have, and the funds we have, and get ourselves to work. The more we delay our actions, the more there are opportunities for powerful actors to benefit at our collective expense. Thus, I respectfully ask the Commission to vote no on the plan. Let's resume our focus on improving education and prospects for our youth, on ways to enhance our social services and better care for all, and yes, and reducing inequalities between East and West, and ways to maintain the environment on which we all depend now and tomorrow and the day after. We should not be led astray by hollow promises and South Florida mentalities. It is your responsibility to make this happen. That's why we voted for you. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. David Moritz. Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Chair. Thank you. I'm here tonight speaking on behalf of the Alachua County Environmental Protection Advisory Committee, of which I'm chair. During the final months of 2014 and the entirety of 2015, EPAC members, as Environmental Protection Advisory Committee members, spent many hours of research, meeting with county staff, Plum Creek staff, civic leaders, and many other members of the community, including leaders of Sierra, Audubon, and the League of Women Voters of Florida, to determine whether Plum Creek's EA sector plan should be passed by the Alachua County Board of County Commissioners. Members of this committee then gave their recommendations when the BOCC last reviewed the EA sector plan last summer. At that time, we were in support of staff's recommendation to reject the sector plan. And since the BOCC was prepared to reject their sector plan at that time, Plum Creek withdrew their plan. We have considered the changes which Plum Creek has made in its most recent EA sector plan submission, and do not find it to be substantially different from its previous submission in 2015. Therefore, we again recommend that the EA sector plan be rejected because it does not conform to the policies expressed in the county comprehensive plan, and because we feel that only development which is consistent with the comprehensive plan is good for Alachua County and the environment. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Karen Chadwick, and followed by Larry Keene. Good evening.
Thank you. Karen Chadwick. It seems to me like the pro and against people, a lot of people are saying the same thing about East Gainesville, supporting East Gainesville's economic standing. But the problem with the Envision Alachua sector plan is it's not in East Gainesville. And it's just confusing to me why that seems to be, it's just getting ignored. I've been trying to ask some questions on the Envision Alachua Facebook page, and a couple of us have, and it's just completely ignored. And finally, Rose answered a question of mine, and I just wanted to mention a couple of things from that. And I did ask how many people were paid to speak in support at the last meeting on Tuesday. And I was surprised that she answered me because I've never gotten an answer on that page before. And Commissioner Hutchinson, I see your page, and there's a lot of good conversation that goes on, so I do think it's a valuable tool for communication. So anyway, she said, Rose said that nobody was paid, although we are aware that you oppose the community shape plan, that's me, your participation at several of our community workshops, and with the county and city of Hawthorne's process, it's always appreciated. This is the intent of our process as well as that of local government. It saddens me that you believe that anyone who voices support for Envision Alachua must be paid to state their support. Please know that is completely untrue. No one who spoke during the public comment in favor of the Envision Alachua sector plan is an employee or consultant of Plum Creek's. And we believe that given the facts of the community shape plan, people will make informed decisions concerning their support. As you know, we have spent time with you answering your questions and will continue to do so whether you agree with the answers or not. That is your rightful decision. Again, thank you for participating. And I responded back to her, and I thanked her for getting back to me. And I don't feel that my questions have been answered. In fact, the answers I've gotten lead me to more questions. And I said, you have paid consultants that speak on your behalf and community leaders speaking for organizations that have gotten donations from Plum Creek. And I asked if she was saying that was not true. I'm not saying the average citizen is paid. What makes me sad is to see Plum Creek staff ignore the pleas of people that do not want to lose the rural lifestyle they thought the comprehensive plan afforded. Well, I'm out of time already. Anyway.
Well, you got 25 seconds.
Yeah. As a recipient, I'm in Putnam County. As a recipient of the surface water contamination, I'm asking that the commissioners not transmit the plan to the state, which will allow time for Plum Creek and Alachua County staff to work together to talk about Commissioner Hutchinson's plan, which would put the jobs and opportunities in East Gainesville and protect the Envision Alachua property and Loch Loosa Creek from current or future contamination.
Thank you for your comments. And next is Larry Keene, followed by Mary Von Davinsky. Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you, Commissioners.
You can pull that mic up just a little bit. Yeah, tip it up. There you go.
I'm on the tall side. Thank you, Commissioners, Madam Council, and planning staff. Plum Creek deserves denial. It begins with the land. Sorry, let me start again. Plum Creek deserves denial, and it begins with the land. Plum Creek and our comprehensive plan protect equal amounts of land, but there is a vast difference. Plum Creek wants two cities far out in the boondocks. Let's take our eye test of Plum Creek's vision. One city's on Hawthorne Road, the other on 301. Cities with industries, warehouses, hotels, stores, and traffic. Cities with 23,000 residents. That's Alachua, High Springs, Newberry, Hawthorne, and Archer combined. The Twin Cities will destroy those distant woods and wetlands. It's simply unavoidable. Let's look under the land. Our water goes down and it's going bad. Plum Creek makes it worse. More use, pollution, runoff, and sewage. 23,000 residents use 3.5 million gallons a day. That's 1.25 billion gallons per year. And all this before we even add factories, trucks, and warehouses. Our taxes go up. Growth does not pay for itself. Plum Creek admits developers pay, quote, only a portion of growth outside its cities. That's roads, utilities, water, sewer, schools, fire, police, and rescue. What portion will developers pay? And for certain, we pay the rest. That's every taxpayer in Alachua County. Plum Creek claims to help East Gainesville. I owned a house near Citizens Field. I walked downtown to work. Downtown's now home to Innovation Square, Santa Fe College, business incubators, training centers, where jobs actually are, where new jobs come every month. Real opportunity just blocks away. Plum Creek is literally over the horizon from the east side. It won't help. There's no plan, no connecting the dots. Its promise smells of rank cynicism. Your planning report is clear. Plum Creek is bad on every point, in every respect. And our planners are objective. They follow our comprehensive plan. And our comp plan is just simple common sense. The plan agreed by everyone in Alachua County, you and me, everyone here in this room tonight, and people who live here, but not Plum Creek. Plum Creek is bad on its face, bad in its details, and now it's up to you. Don't procrastinate by passing this on to Tallahassee. Plum Creek will be just as bad 2 months from now. Deny it tonight, and please deny it by a vote of 5-0.
Thank you for your comments. Mary Van Devensky, followed by Steve Burrows. Good evening.
Good evening, commissioners. Good evening, everyone. As chair of the Suwannee St. John Sierra Club, I'm asking you to vote no to the Plum Creek project because it does not follow the comprehensive plan drawn by this community a few years back. The comprehensive plan serves the public interest of Alachua County residents and needs to remain in place. Follow your staff recommendation and say no. Moving here from Palm Beach County 8 years ago, I saw the developers down there destroy the natural Florida landscape to create pseudo-Italian villas and Spanish mansions, some of them still in foreclosure through the Palm Beach court system, 3,998 homes as of today. You need to remember that sprawl does not automatically bring prosperity. The SSG Sierra Club ExCom members invited the Plum Creek representatives, I think in 2013, to discuss the Envision Alachua project, and they were asked what commitment they had from corporations to create jobs. Quote, they had discussions with the company in Baltimore, but no commitment, end quote. On Tuesday, Plum Creek mentioned Medical City Lake Nona and downtown Greenville as successful projects, but that doesn't mean anything for Gainesville. Plum Creek people are making promises that seem like smoke and mirrors. So what's real? What's real? What will really happen here? We do not know. And as commissioners, you need to know before you decide. You will not buy a house or buy a business without concrete information and a financial plan, would you? What we know as Sierra Club members is that sprawl costs money and does not automatically bring wealth to cities. Plum Creek promotes sprawl whatever their sector plan ends up to be in the end. We have plenty of properties to develop in and around Gainesville before going outside of the city. Please vote no on this project. And we need to know how much time was spent between staff and Plum Creek representative to work out the details of this project. It doesn't seem that there is much improvement between the first project and this one. And was there any cooperation from Plum Creek representative to really follow the Plum Creek, the comprehensive plan that we have here? So Sierra Club advocates also for clean water protection, and wetlands are necessary to continue providing our natural water resources.
And please wrap up your comments. Thank you.
Wetlands will be a priceless resource in 2040 when the price of water could be higher than the price of French wine.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. And Steve Burrows, followed by Celeste Shitama. Good evening.
Good evening, Commissioners, Chairman Hutch. My name is Steve Burrows. I'd first like to thank you for the opportunity to be here tonight. Appreciate your time, appreciate your consideration. I came to Gainesville in 1978 as a freshman at the University of Florida, and have resided here ever since. Met my wife, currently have 3 kids, one which graduated from UF, one's a junior at UF, and one is a junior at Buchholz. I mentioned the levels of education because they went through the Alachua County public school system, and that prepared them for a brighter future, and I'm very grateful for that. Let me simply say that I'm 100% vested in this community, and I want what is best for it. There have been many graphs, charts, statistics concerning Envision Alachua. Sometimes with so much information, one can lose focus on the facts. So right now, let's look and focus on the facts. The University of Florida supports Envision Alachua. Dr. David Denslow, one of the most respected professors to ever teach at UF, who I actually had the luxury of attending one of his classes, supports Envision Alachua. Santa Fe College, the #1 community college in the United States, supports Envision Alachua. The Gainesville Area Chamber of Commerce, one of the top chambers in the United States, supports Envision Alachua. The Builders Association of North Central Florida supports Envision Alachua. The Gainesville-Alachua County Association of Realtors supports Envision Alachua. Let's talk about change, specifically the power of change. Most recently, we had a local business recognized by Forbes magazine as being one of the top 25 small businesses in the United States, and that was the Gainesville Health and Fitness Center. Anyone who walks into one of Joe's fitness centers notices a constant state of change and improvement. Of course, this comes by a way of a vision and a passion. Following this vision, they are able to constantly meet the needs of the people and continue to grow business. I encourage us to review our current vision. Are we prepared to follow a similar format of constant change and improvement? Understanding that if we're not constantly changing and improving, we are sliding backwards. There is no standing still. Recognizing opportunity. Opportunity is kind of a unique word and spirit. So opportunity can sometimes be seen as a bright light, and everybody sees opportunity. Everybody wants to jump on board. Sometimes opportunity can be disguised. You may not know it's there. Sometimes you don't see it at all. But the one thing about opportunity, and I don't care if you're running a business, a sports team, or you're in county government, in all cases, opportunity is only there for a limited time. I encourage you to embrace change, vote yes on this historic opportunity, Envision Alachua, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you for being here. Celeste Chitama. Celeste here. Judy Etzler. Is Judy Etzler here? There you go. All right. Good evening. Just tip it down. There you go.
I don't want to break it.
Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. And it's a wonderful forum, and I'm so happy to see so many people here. First, I followed Plum Creek as they have unfolded Envision Alachua for 5 years. I've even eaten their barbecue. Initially, as I attended the community meetings, I thought what a wonderful idea to ask our community what they wanted. I changed my mind when I heard that they would not invest any of their money in the project, just sell the land. I no longer believe in smoke and mirrors, especially since I read on their Facebook page Envision Alachua, November 6, 2015. We are excited to bring 30,000 potential jobs to where they are needed most, East Gainesville and Hawthorne. Their plan isn't for East Gainesville, it's for the eastern part of the county. And I've heard that over and over again. Will there be buses to help people get to work if it's on the other side of Noonan's Lake? Will there be reasonable priced housing for workers? Or will all of the housing be too expensive for the residents that Plum Creek is concerned about? I didn't realize that someone would still try to sell Florida swampland. I've lived south of Gainesville for over 40 years and owned a business here. When I want to get to East Gainesville, I have to travel roads that pass land that glitters with water for much of the year. This land just doesn't look like a good business investment, and I would not put my business in a swamp. And I'm a pretty smart businesswoman. I've helped run businesses, had my own. I'll conclude by saying that as I left the BOCC meeting last Tuesday night, it was late and dark. As I headed to the parking lot, an older woman ahead of me, maybe just a few years older than I am, asked where the big parking lot was. I said that I was parked there and said, let's go together. I understood her confusion, for I felt lost in the Walmart parking lot on Archer Road. She and I talked and found out that she lives in East Gainesville. Twice she said that she didn't want higher taxes on her property. She was insistent that she couldn't afford it. We talked about getting a 4-year degree in order to get a good job, and it was mentioned that some people couldn't afford the tuition or time to do it. A rock in a hard place. Commissioner Chestnut joined us and walked us to our vehicle. And thank you, Commissioner Chestnut, for your consideration. You are a gentleman.
All right.
So I'm just asking the Alachua County Commissioners to not transmit the proposed Envision Alachua sector plan, and then help us to implement Commissioner Hutchinson's and the Tallahassee Town Plan. It's East Gainesville. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. And Garrett Quinlivan, and you will be the last speaker before our 10-minute break. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Garrett Quinlivan. I live in Alachua County. The other day I drove around East Gainesville, especially the area bordering Waldo Road, and saw an industrial area with both black and white employees. Now my assumption is that most of these companies are owned by whites, and I too wondered, how can our county encourage black ownership of enterprises in East Gainesville? Many of the ideas put forward by Envision Alachua are germs of wonderful initiatives for repairing the inequality of economic opportunity in our town. So let's extend our gratitude to Plum Creek for starting such a vital visioning process, while at the same time safeguarding our environmentally delicate lands by refusing their proposal to change our comprehensive plan. Envision Alachua has stimulated great excitement around businesses and education centers. So now let's bring out our most vigorous visionaries and activists in these communities to carry out the goals they have been proposed, including finding other land around our county better suited to the large beneficial changes they envision. With our environmental concerns so honored, this would free Plum Creek to find new communities to inspire and build great projects on other lands better suited to these aspirations than ours. Hundreds of acres of our wetlands would have needed to be drained, fragile ecosystems bulldozed, and the aquifer further overpumped. Not a good outcome for our county. Former Commissioner Cynthia Chestnut has suggested in a recent article that those who are against Plum Creek are environmental racists. Behold, I'm an environmental racist. That is, I believe, an unfortunate misuse of those words coined to describe situations more like Flint, Michigan, where minorities are forced to suffer environmental degradations the most. But it's not necessary to get racially charged here. We can all win in this situation. We know now that there are many here who have the backs of this hopeful, aspiring community, and a good outcome is possible for them without changing our comprehensive plan. Mr. Chair, I'd like to address Commissioner Chestnut. I know you to be a commissioner of good judgment who wants the best for our community at large. Please stand strong on your own convictions and support the preservation of our comprehensive plan as it is. And Commissioner Hutchinson, our President Obama is thinking hard about his legacy. Think of your legacy, Mr. Chairman. Your vote can save or damn Alachua County for decades to come. Please stand by our plan. You know it's the right choice for all of you to hold dear. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. We'll take a 10-minute break. We'll be back at about 6:43. All right, ladies and gentlemen, if you'll take your seats, we'd like to reconvene. Attention, let's get this show back on the road. Hello, hello. All right, thank you all very much. And we understand that a couple of people may have signed up for a second bite at the apple, and we're very sorry we can't accommodate that. So, and if the clerk will go ahead and put up the names, okay. So the next will be Marilyn Eisenberg, and if you see your name coming up, go ahead and start queuing up so that we can not waste time watching you walk down the promenade. So Marilyn Eisenberg, good evening.
Hello. My name is Marilyn Eisenberg, and I have lived in Gainesville for over 20 years. Commissioner Hutchinson, I was here when you launched your political career, bolstered by the wise women of growth. And I hope their wisdom still lives in your heart as you ponder our county's dilemma. You have done countless acts of good for the environment on the political stage and off. Personally, I was touched when you found a beautiful piece of driftwood that you gave to my friends to decorate my husband's grave at the Prairie Creek Burial Grounds that you shepherd always so thoughtfully. So I appreciate the conundrum of this decision for you and all you commissioners here who have governed to sustain the environmental health and beauty of our area. When Plum Creek arrived, their personnel promoted a vision where the financial well-being of our underserved population seemed to matter more to them than, say, profits from our lands. They have wined and dined many segments of our county with promises of jobs and wise growth. Was it because they really cared? As many of you know, these caring promises have traveled with this organization across thousands of miles for many years now. Ask the stunned residents of Montana, Idaho, Washington, who stare into thousands of acres of ruined timberlands where vast forests used to thrive. Then later, look at the fate of their initiatives eastward in Maine. Out west, winning battles to rezone, this most caring corporation has now allowed these forest wastelands to open for development and profit. The howls of the citizens that loved the forests came too late. And Maine? Most here know our beloved Plum Creek set its sights on Moosehead Lake, an unspeakably beautiful and pristine area. There, this very caring organization made very beautiful and pristine promises about future jobs, with secretly an eye to turning the lake into a playground for the rich, with expensive hotels, summer homes, and the like. So what if the local swimming and fishing privileges were lost? Only great citizen outcry there stopped this company from completing all their plans, and whatever zoning they did succeed in changing has not yielded any of the many jobs promised to the sorry citizens of that area in Maine. Then onward to the humble Alachua, whose wetlands quietly hold a healthy water supply for both our county and those beyond. Again, the same promises and subtle persuasions of large important segments of our citizenry. While we still have the chance, my friends and commissioners, are we going to fight together to preserve the plan we have now that we have spent so many years perfecting for the common good, or are we going to fold? Are we here in Alachua fierce defenders of our land and water, or are we a bunch of cheap dates, so hungry for recognition and attention that we yield our county's fragile favors to its seducers, only to wake up the next day alone to realize we have been violated and royally screwed? Which
you
are
for the
we,
comments.
commissioners, which?
Thank you. Jeff Schaller, followed by Joe Sparks. Good evening.
Hi, I'm Dr. Joe Sparks. Eastern Alachua County has been my home for over 40 years. In the 70s, I lived on Southeast 48th Street, 5 blocks from where we are now. It was a dirt road. Eastern Alachua County is historically rural and agricultural. Anyone living in the area knows this to be true. Plum Creek knew it when they bought Georgia Pacific Timber. You may remember the now closed Georgia Pacific Mill. They employed over 400 workers in Hawthorne until the Koch brothers closed it. Look out, East Alachua County and East Gainesville, help is on the way. The last time we received this much attention, the county wanted to site a 1,600-acre landfill between Orange Heights and Windsor. I signed off on the agreement with the county to drop the lawsuit that was to stop the landfill. And yes, Eastern Alachua County was targeted for a massive, unnecessary Jacksonville to Tampa toll road. That project was stopped. Much of Eastern Alachua County is not developed for a good reason. That reason being it primarily consists of pine flatwoods that are poorly drained. These wetlands filter and store water that is critical for all of North Florida. The land is great for growing trees, but not great for building houses, roads, or massive developments. Tuesday night, we heard how the University of Florida and Santa Fe College want to make Eastern Alachua County and East Gainesville great. If these institutions want to help, do it now. Why has it not been done decades ago? A reminder, East Gainesville and Eastern Alachua County is open for business and has been for over 100 years. Congratulations, Plum Creek has done a great job of marketing. They've managed to morph Eastern Alachua County into East Gainesville, as if the two are one and the same. Plum Creek is incorporated as a real estate investment trust. To qualify as such, they must invest at least 75% of their assets in real estate, derive 75% of their income from rents from real property, interest on mortgages of real property, or on the sale of real estate. Plum Creek is not a developer. They won't turn a shovel full of dirt. Their goal is to rezone their land and sell it to the highest bidder. Your vote is not a vote about East Gainesville. It is a vote about limiting sprawl. None of us may agree on the definition of sprawl, but I'm sure we all recognize it when we see it. Eastern Alachua County is a vital resource. We cherish and want to protect the land and its most valuable asset, clean water. I ask that you stand by our comprehensive plan and vote no on the proposed sector plan.
Thank you for your comments. And is Jeff Schaller going to speak? If not, then we'll go to April Hogan and followed by Whitey Markle, if you'll come down. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is April Hogan, and I have lived my entire life in Alachua County. And some of you may have visited Morningside Park and are familiar with Hogan's Cabin. And that was built by my great-great-great-grandfather, who came from Ireland in the 1800s. And I still have the privilege of living on that land. So the land means a whole lot to me in this area of the county. And I think that this plan isn't going to benefit any of us that live there. It will be detrimentally be a detriment to our way of life, because once you start draining wetlands, you never get that land back, and once it's changed forever. So please be aware of that, that once it's gone, it's gone. They're not making any more land.
Thank you for your comments. We have Whitey Markle and then Kyle Geist, if you'll come down. Good evening.
Good evening, Chair. I'm
Whitey Markle, Conservation Chair for the Swanee St. John Sierra Club. Thank you for letting us come. We want to thank the county staff for such a great job. You know, this is one of the few counties in Florida where they actually listen to their staff. I'm from Marion County. I think it must be a state law that they have to have staff. So they have a staff, but they never, ever agree with staff. You need to listen to your staff. You represent the citizens of the county. That's who you represent, not the big corporations. And that's what this meeting is about tonight, is protecting the citizens of the county from the burdens that are going to occur if you approve this comprehensive plan change. We had a 4-point position that I've presented to you, I know, on 3 different occasions. When Envision started their process, we stayed out of that process because we knew we didn't want to be any part of it. We knew it was the wrong place to grow. So in the midst of the Envision process, we decided that we would go ahead and publish a position. We had 4 points, water quality being at the top of the list. Now, we know that the Sierra Club won a federal lawsuit against a water quality issue up the country. The judge ruled in favor. It went all the way up in the courts. The judge ruled in favor of the Sierra Club, and it came back to Florida, and it was time to tighten up on those water quality standards in Florida, and Florida DEP stepped in and watered down the requirements for water quality in Florida. So now you have a weak requirement. When Plum Creek says they may bring it up to quality standards that meet FDEP standards, they're weak standards. Second point on our platform was water quantity. You know, and we know, the water management districts tell you there is not enough water to meet the consumptive use permits that are already given out. We can't give out any more. The aquifer can't recharge fast enough if all those permits are used. Third position, of course, was those wildlife corridors. And it runs from Ocala all the way up to the Osceola Forest. You're right in the middle of it there with that 45,000 acres, whatever it is there in eastern Alachua County. It's going to ruin that wildlife corridor. We care about the bears because we are the Swanee St. John Sierra Club. That's what we talk about, is conservation for the wild critters out there. And the last point on our platform, of course, was good old sprawl, and I talked to y'all about that a couple of weeks ago. Now, Plum Creek said the other night, well, if you let them grow on those 5-acre plots out there, and of course they'll never sell all of them, we know that. That's a standing joke. And so if you do have them on those 5-acre plots, we're not talking about that when we're talking about sprawl. We're talking about what you've already done in Hawthorne a couple of weeks ago, giving them this hopscotch leapfrog zoning so that they can put in a blob here and a blob there, and it goes all the way down the highway. And the next thing you know, you got Highway 200 like they have in Ocala, with nothing but endless one-level little bitty strip malls all the way down to halfway to Dunellen.
Thank you for your comments. We appreciate it.
That's it. Thank you.
Very good.
Don't transmit.
Okay, Kyle Geist, followed by Dave Wilson. Good evening.
Good evening. I am a forestry student at the University of Florida and an environmental educator. I oppose the Plum Creek plan because I care about conservation of our lands and about the future of Alachua County. This plan does not provide adequate conservation lands compared to the amount of wetlands it plans on destroying. Gainesville is lucky to have beautiful natural resources in Noonan's Lake and the surrounded isolated wetlands. These wetlands are very important to the support of the wildlife and the water quality of Noonan's Lake and the support of our natural aquifers. I also oppose the Plum Creek proposal because I believe that economic development in our county should come from within. We should be focusing on development of local industries as opposed to bringing in business from outside to develop here. Gainesville is unique that we have thriving local businesses, and we should foster an environment that keeps jobs local and supports business startup. When larger industries come to develop, we do create jobs, but the money gets sent out of Alachua, and the jobs ultimately do not stay in Gainesville or in Alachua County. In conclusion, I urge you not to approve the Plum Creek plan, stand by our staff's plan, and support the natural ecosystem. Keep Alachua the special place that it is. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Dave Wilson. Followed by Jeff Nee.
Hi, I'm Dave Wilson. I came here to Florida 43 years ago. And about a month or so later, I went canoeing on the Santa Fe River with J.J. Brazington and Seymour Block and joined Sierra Club. I've been chair of Sierra Club twice. A couple years ago, when I was chair, we did a bunch of outings, including, because we'd been talking to the Plum Creek people, we went out, I had a little outing out to the Plum Creek property. 13 of us were there, and you can see a write-up of the outing. If you go to the Sierra Club website, you can actually see photographs and a commentary. And as Whitey said, from these conversations with him and with other environmentalists and with the outing, it became very clear that the 4 points Whitey just enumerated were central. And unlike what the Plum Creek people said a couple days ago about you have to dig down 15 feet to find the hard pan, one of our buddies brought a post hole digger, and you go down 2-3 feet and you're at hard pan. You look into the woods, it shimmers. The water shimmers in the woods, it doesn't percolate. The water stands there. So, and it was kind of interesting. We roamed around, and Tom Morris was part of the trip, and he says, you know, the locals aren't stupid. They build their towns like Windsor on the high ground. They build the cemeteries on the high ground. Most of the land is underwater. You go over to the west side of Hawthorne, and I have a picture of this on the website. The septic tanks are raised. That means that you're going to have to build wastewater treatment plants for this many people, for 20 or 30,000 people. That's going to be very expensive because you have all this, the nitrates are going to go into the Lake Lochloosa, already outstanding Florida water, which was declared impaired in 2005. And the nitrate levels are already way above what they should be. But, so this is interesting because this is really weird here because everybody in this room knows how they're going to vote or how they would vote on this issue. And the vote comes down to one person, Commissioner Hutch. And you have this wonderful legacy. Please vote to not transmit. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. We have Jeff Nee, followed by Susan Baird. Jeff, howdy. Good evening. The other mic, please. Jeff, can you use it?
I have a presentation, sorry.
All right, very good. Go ahead.
Hope you see it. Do you see it?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Very good.
My name's Jeff Nee. I'm speaking as a county citizen, and I'm one of the people that signed that petition on your table. Most of us cannot attend these meetings on weeknights. On Tuesday, we also heard support from UF, Santa Fe, IFAS, and the Chamber of Commerce, who all represent thousands of other stakeholders, as you do. The first principle of the comprehensive plan is to, quote, promote sustainable land development that provides for a balance of economic opportunity, social equity, and protection of the natural environment, unquote. So why did we only hear from county staff who spoke on a limited number of topics chosen to steer the focus away from human interests? We only heard from the offices checked in green. Where's the slide? I don't see it.
Yeah, we had it there. There we go.
We only heard from offices checked in green on this slide, but not also other relevant concerns circled in red. Second slide. The next slide shows a recent news article about the San Francisco area nature and recreation amenities. Next. Northern California has benefited from tax revenues resulting from decades of public-private partnerships in major industries from wine production to high-tech and in between. With so much industry, the government used taxes to put back into not only infrastructure, but also the landscape that people wanted to conserve too. North Florida also has abundant parks and recreation. But state leaders are still reluctant to buy large tracts of lands for whatever reason. We here would like to have the revenues to finish Alachua County forever, but how? The state wants to relieve the traffic growth on I-75, and there's an opportunity to compromise so we all benefit and not ruin the chance for ACF completion. transmit the Envision Alachua plan to the state, and ask them to steer future freight traffic to the already existing CSX rail and US 301 corridors to serve new tax-paying industry there. If you decline to transmit, then we will continue following Marion County's path to our doom. They already depleted the Upper Floridan aquifer and need to tap deeper because they steered growth over their aquifer recharge area. Sorry, I don't know what's going on with the slideshow. I'm not.
And we saw the slide.
Okay.
Thanks.
Why are we repeating the same mistakes as Marion's I-75 enabled sprawl, which will only get worse if the state adds more capacity there? Instead, we recognize we already know best water practices and can use them there. Likewise, we know what's best to help enhance wildlife corridors, and it's not more fenced off 5-acre lots with barking dogs. Thank you
very much. And Susan Baird, good evening.
Good evening, Commissioners, Mr. Chair. My name is Susan Baird, former Alachua County Commissioner, and I'm a little envious. How exciting to be on the commission at a time that you can be part of history, that provided opportunities for an entire community, but more importantly for those underemployed or unemployed, which are many. Additionally, this opens the door to major joint research projects that could improve our standard of living, not just locally, statewide, even worldwide, as Ms. Susan Davenport from the Chamber said so eloquently yesterday, or Tuesday. All thanks to the Envision Alachua Sector Plan developed in conjunction with the community over the last 4 years. The greatest balanced plan that gives everybody something to be happy about. I recommend you vote yes for transmittal. Our comp plan states in Principle 1, promote sustainable land development that provides a balance of economic opportunity, social justice, and protection of the natural environment. May I repeat that? A balance of economic opportunity, social justice, and protection of the natural environment. In this plan, 90% of the land goes into conservation or preservation, a lot of it. And only 10% of it is designated for compact, high water ethic residential use plus commercial industrial zoning that would be ideal for advanced manufacturing jobs, inland port opportunities in an area where there's rail spurs, there's an infrastructure, it's a perfect spot for that. These advanced manufacturing jobs are for the $15, $20, $30 an hour job or more for those that don't have a PhD or an upper degree, but maybe for the GED. And those are big benefits for the folks that need it. Here is an opportunity to create a bridge that former County City Commissioner Charles Chestnut III spoke of the other day, a bridge for those folks that don't have one but need one. And as Adrian Taylor said so well in The Tale of Two Cities, where the west side of the county is doing well with lots of development, while the east side slides further down in income disparity. Additionally, there's an opportunity to create public-private partnerships to further UF's preeminence along with Santa Fe College. Let's review again who's in favor of this plan. Your own Alachua County Commission Planning Board forwarded a recommendation to pass this forward for transmittal. The University of Florida, IFAS, Santa Fe College, Gainesville Area Chamber of Commerce representing 1,700 businesses. We urgently need manufacturing jobs if we don't want to just give lip service to social justice. Let's move forward with a vote of transmittal for Envision Alachua Plan, a bridge towards social justice. Thank you very much.
Brandon Tinkham, followed by Tamara Robbins. Brandon, good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Chair and Commission. My name is Brandon Tinkham. I've been an Alachua County resident for 30 years. I am a commercial contractor, and I am this year's president of the Builders Association of North Central Florida. So first, I'd like to say, as a representative of the Builders Association, we strongly support the Envision Alachua Sector Plan. We represent over 550 member companies and thousands of workers and citizens of our community. I'm a builder, I'm not a developer. I did look at the Envision Alachua sector plan. I don't envy you for having to look at it in much more detail than I did. That's not what I do every day. It was a little bit over my head. So I tried to boil it down into, what do I think, in my words, what do I think this really means if this gets transmitted and eventually approved? I think what it means is that on day one, that 23,000 acres are going to be taken off the table for development in the future. That means 23,000 acres are going to be either in conservation or preservation. I think that's a good thing. What it also means is that it doesn't, I'm going to disagree with Susan a little bit, it doesn't open the door for development. It unlocks that door. It doesn't create development. The development's not going to start when this plan gets approved. What is going to happen is that door is unlocked. It means that a developer, whether that's Plum Creek or some private company or whoever it is, if they want to develop a piece of that land, they've got to develop what's it called? The sector area plan, the detailed sector area plan, that's what it's called, the DSAP. It's basically just like a development order for any other community or for any other development. It is a plan that addresses the stormwater issues that people are concerned about. It has to address the infrastructure issues that people are concerned about. And it has to do so in such a satisfactory manner that that detailed sector area plan gets approved. Otherwise, it doesn't move forward. So people are concerned that maybe those jobs don't happen. Well, if they don't happen, what have we lost? Nothing. What have we gained? We've gained 23,000 acres in conservation and preservation. But if those jobs do happen, and I can tell you, no developer is going to develop a property and spend millions of dollars to build buildings or build houses if there's not a market for them. If there are jobs, if there are businesses, if there are manufacturers that want to come to that area and work and create jobs, they'll build it. We want to support progress in Alachua County. We would like you to transmit this down and continue the conversation to the next step. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Tamara Robbins, followed by Katie Davis. Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. My name is Tamara Robbins. I first would like to take the opportunity to thank the Alachua County staff. We are fortunate in this county to have a staff that serves the public. And they have done, in my opinion, an excellent job of doing their job without inserting their own opinions and inserting what many of the people from Plum Creek would like them to do, which is to buy into their plan. That's not their job, and I urge you to support and respect your staff. You budget money every year to pay them. A couple of items I'd like to address straight out. And some of you may know that I've been in a somewhat similar situation like this years ago in the city of Alachua with a big development plan. And the whole thing all came together in a gymnasium where the idea was that Alachua was, if we approve this big warehouse district, all the people in East Gainesville were going to have amazing jobs. $15 an hour 12 years ago was a living wage job, and that if we only did that, East Gainesville would not have any low-income people. They would all have jobs. We had a free bus service that ran from the distribution centers to East Gainesville. It ran empty for 2 years because they couldn't fill the jobs with the people from East Gainesville. So it's a bill of sale, and that's what's happening here. Last night, Plum Creek stated, when asked from one of the commissioners, what the market value of the land is currently versus what it will be if these entitlements are awarded. And the response was they didn't have that number. Plum Creek would not be here if they did not have that number. They wouldn't have submitted an application. They wouldn't be asking for entitlements if they weren't working their tails off for that number. So that is a lie that they don't have that number. And if you want to talk about income disparity, the biggest income disparity are the people who are working for Plum Creek and everybody else in this room. Okay, that is the income disparity. If you want to talk about East and West, the people that live in Western Alachua County do not work at Target. They transport themselves down Archer Road and Newberry Road to the university or the hospitals, or they are the coach of the football team. They are the people that are owning the big houses in Hale Plantation, they are not working at Michael's Crafts. Okay? So the people in East Gainesville have more opportunity in Gainesville for a good paying job than they do driving all the way to some new city on the other side of the county. So let's get real. The people that are for this are the people that want to make money, and I'm saying feel the burn.
All right, folks, please don't do that. That's intimidating to others, and it's discourteous. And I'm calling on Katie Davis now.
All right, can everybody hear me all right? I just love Tamara Robbins. You know, as satisfied as I am with, you know, my Alachua County Commission as a whole, it's really getting to be a little bit of a sausage fest up there. So, this commission is going to change one day, sooner rather than later. A couple things here. First of all, if I hear the usual suspects who are in the business of destroying economies talk about income disparity as if they know what the hell they're talking about, I'm going to lose my mind. If I hear people talk about this land will be developed, we will figure out how to develop it the day that we live in spaceships. We're not talking about ankle deep. It's a swamp up to your waist. Plum Creek is forced to drain the swamps that they farm in. They've cut canals in the land around Hawthorne. The will of the people here is really, really clear. It's really, really clear that Plum Creek and Invasion Alachua started out with a certain amount of support, and it was based on a whole lot of hoo-ha. And that has dissipated to the point where when we won an emergency meeting for you all to reconsider the Hawthorne annexation, there was not one single citizen of the city of Hawthorne or unincorporated Alachua County there to ask that you go ahead and annex and not challenge that annexing. And I'd like to ask about that another time. Your vote collectively was to not challenge it and not to mediate. And Commissioner Hutchinson, you said that you were doing that because you were going to work with them, and one day I'd like to know how that's going, because I don't know how anybody works with them. They do what they're told, and they tell the rest of us to get bent. You can't get a question answered, you can't get a public record. Despite Plum Creek's money, despite their influence, despite the bullying tactics, despite false accusations at the state attorney's office, despite anything, people are still rising up against this bullshit. And people just are no longer, they are not going to get anyone here. I don't care what the Chamber of Commerce does. They will not get the number of people that we will get here if you choose to transmit this and we have to deal with this again. It's not possible. We will bring in and we will get you the voices of people from all over this country that have been screwed. These plans are all about sucking the life out of a community, about displacing people that live right next to these lands, about leaving them vacant forever. Anyone ever seen the intermodal park in Lake City? You know what it is? It is a place by the side of the road with a dirty white sign falling down, period. That is what that is. We will bring you people from Oregon, Washington, Maine, Montana. We'll bring you the voices of people from Canada, from Uruguay, where Weyerhaeuser plants trees in grasslands and then claims they're not contributing to deforestation. We will bring you the voices of people from Indonesia. We will bring you the voices or something from the people of the grassy knolls of the First Nations people who have been poisoned by Weyerhaeuser and have been carried on a 10-year blockade against this company.
Thank you very much.
Please do not vote to transmit. We don't have time for this. They have wasted enough of our time. They have wasted our resources.
Please, thank you very much for your comments.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
All right. Next, we have Bill Koppenhaver and then Sally Warwick. Is Bill Koppenhaver here? Sally Warwick? Good evening.
Good evening, commissioners. This is short. I urge you to stand by our comprehensive plan and do not do what this huge, rich company is wanting you to do. Powerful people and rich companies often get their way. Governments can be bought. Plum Creek can sell off parcels and walk away. This is why we have the comp plan, to plan sustainable development while keeping the integrity of our waters and ecological systems, protecting our animal habitat and corridors, growing at a rate that taxpayers can afford. Two large businesses have been mentioned, but often, I don't know what they are, but they've been alluded to. Often large businesses bring air and/or water pollution to areas. Once the parcels are sold off, how can quality of development be maintained? There are no guarantees, but there is our own comprehensive plan to guide us as development arises, and that is our guarantee. Thank you very much. And thank you for hosting this. It's really wonderful.
Eric Gonzalez, followed by Chip Deutsch. Yeah. Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. It's a pleasure to be here tonight. Thank you very much. I think regardless of what side of the aisle you fall on, this process is important. I think we can at least all agree on that. Earlier in the week, I think, Mr. Chair, you were very involved at the Affordable Housing Summit. Commissioner Pinkinson, Commissioner Cornell, you guys were definitely there. Mr. Byerly, Commissioner Chestnut, I'm not sure if you guys made it, but it was a good event.
I was there.
Well, thank you. Affordable housing is going to be a big topic going forward. One thing that we can do for affordable housing is help create better paying jobs. Plum Creek is an avenue to do that. And somebody talked about the big companies with a lot of money. To me, it's not about the big companies with a lot of money. It's about the poor people and what can we do to help bring them out of poverty. The East Side is struggling, has for a long time. I was born in Gainesville in 1976, lived here just about all of my life. Lived on the east side of town growing up, and I've moved to the west side of town. There's no doubt, it's very obvious what development is done for the west side of town. I would like to see it on the east side of town. That's why I ask that you submit the application to the state. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Chip Deutsch. Good evening.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Chip Deutsch. I've been a resident of Alachua County for 22 years. When I first heard about Envision Alachua, I thought Plum Creek was to be commended for its attempt to forge a vision of the future with the community. Since then, I've read the editorials on both sides, the lofty promises made about jobs, and the protests against. And finally, I took a long look at the county staff report on the proposed sector plan, and I was duly impressed with its thoroughness, attention to detail, and objectivity. As you know, the Plum Creek sector plan would create an intense urban area, essentially a city, in the middle of a rural community, resulting in the destruction of environmentally sensitive wetlands. The necessary infrastructure associated with this development would need to be funded, built, and maintained indefinitely, including drinking water, wastewater treatment, roads, bus service, fire and ambulance services, schools, and don't forget the sheriff. All in an area of the county far from such services, which seems like a very inefficient system. So I wonder, is this a fiscally sound decision to make to transmit it? Growth doesn't pay for itself in taxes. Your own planning staff concluded, and I quote from the report, provision of adequate facilities and services would be a substantial burden on the county's budget, unquote. Substantial burden. Is that the legacy you want to leave as a commissioner? Heck, we can't even fund the repair of our current roads. So the staff report, I thought, was thoroughly researched, well thought out, and provides a detailed and most importantly objective assessment of the pros, cons, and challenges associated with the myriad impacts of the sector plan. So to me, it would fly in the face of reason to override the professional assessment of your expert staff, which is why I asked you to vote no on this. And one of my questions to you is, if Plum Creek land were in fact owned by the county, is this the vision that you would choose for our future development? And if you're considering voting yes, I would ask you, what assumptions, analyses, or conclusions in the staff report do you disagree with? What important aspects did staff not adequately address? And then direct your staff to address your concerns. I think one thing that we can all agree on is that there's no consensus on this issue in this room or in the community. The plan presents both potential opportunities and associated risks and costs. Moving forward would certainly irrevocably alter Alachua County, so we need to get it right. There's no reason to rush a 50-year plan. If Plum Creek feels they can work out the differences with county staff, they should continue that conversation. I ask you to vote no and continue the conversation and search for alternatives that have a broader base of support, we can do better, we should do better. Good luck.
Thank you for your comments. Rick Nellinger, followed by Horace Moore. Good evening.
Good evening, Chairman Hutchinson, Commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to allow all of these citizens of this community to come and speak to you from their hearts and from their experiences. My name is Rick Nellinger. I'm a steward of a farm in Evanston in the south end of the county. I've been there more than 20 years, and I've dedicated the resources there, my time and my efforts, to improving the county's land, its resources. We have planted thousands of trees. We have invited thousands of people to come to this place to share in the planting of bare root trees, to celebrate the wonderful nature that we enjoy in this county. Not long ago, my niece came from South Florida, from Pinellas County, from whence I hail. And she opened the door of a car and she looked up at the night sky and she said, "Uncle Rick, you've got stars here." Now, overpopulation, population growth diminishes our resources. It's a fact of life. It diminishes our water resources. In Pinellas County, my parents could no longer pump from their well because it was now salty. So now they have desalination plants there to pump, to make fresh water. Water is a critical issue here. I spoke the other day with one of the owners of one of the springs along the Swanee River, and she lamented the fact that there are algae now growing where they've never grown before. Our springs will dry up the more straws that go in the ground. We must marshal our resources. The job situation. The job situation, the job offer is a fallacy. The reason that there are not jobs for the people of East Gainesville, in large part, some of them are my clients. It's because they may have committed a crime that keeps them from getting even into the institutions that promise them an education. They don't qualify for the grants for the same reason. They have made mistakes in life. The reason for the disparity between East and West is because of education. If the University of Florida and Santa Fe College want to change that, to give them the opportunity for education and thus higher incomes, they should come now, be involved in the community there, so that there is a job and a place for everyone in this community. I urge you to deny the transfer of this application, and I pray that we shall always have stars in our skies. Thank you.
Thank you. Horace Moore Sr., followed by Scott Buchanan. Is Mr. Moore here? I don't see him. And so Scott Buchanan, you're up. And it'll be followed by Julie Penrod Glenn. Good evening.
Good evening, and thank you. I'm Scott Buchanan. My wife and I are long-term Alachua County residents. We raised our family here, and we support the Vision Alachua Sector Plan for many reasons. For the prospect of adding 30,000 jobs, for adding to and diversifying the county's tax base, for assisting in UF's drive to preeminence, and for the addition of 23,000 acres to conservation. We encourage you to transmit the sector plan to Tallahassee for approval. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Julie Penrod Glenn. Good evening.
Good evening. I am standing up. Before I start tonight, I want to give you all a petition that has 40 names of people that live in Micanopy. And let's give it to you. I'm Julie Penrod Glenn, and I'm from Micanopy. I've lived in Micanopy for 10 years. I'm now a candidate for the Micanopy Town Commission. Tonight I want to talk to you about something you don't know about, and that is people that I've talked to directly myself in Micanopy. I'm not going to give you data, I'm not going to give you numbers. I'm going to talk to you about what they told me. When I was walking neighborhoods last week, I realized that there was a lesson that I was told when I was in 3rd grade, and that is that you learn more when you listen than when you talk. So when I was walking, I was mostly listening and not talking so much. I'm going to tell you about 4 people that I met. One is Emily. Emily's a Democrat. She's white, she's a widow, and she's lived in Micanopy all her life. She's worried and she's very sad. She has 2 and 300-year-old trees in her front yard. 2 years ago, she got the University of Florida to come and help her assess what she thought was a problem with the trees. What they told her was that because the aquifer was dropping, the trees were under a lot of stress, as well as the surrounding areas. And that even though those trees were 200 and 300 years old, they probably would only last about 20 more years because of the lack of water and the lack of support in the environment. I asked her if she'd sign my petition, and she said, sure. She said, she looked at her trees and she said, 50 years is nothing. What's the big rush to build 2 towns out there in Hawthorne? Let Hawthorne get the development on Plum Creek's land, and then we can see how that works out. Harold is a Republican. He's black, and he's lived in Micanopy all his life. He's retired now. He owned his own business. He grew up on the area, and when I asked him if he would vote for me, he said, hell no. I asked him if he'd signed my petition. He said, of course. And then I asked him about what he knew about Plum Creek. He said, I'll tell you what I know about Plum Creek. It's about big business, and it's about money. He said, it's not about the people in East Gainesville. It's not about the black community. I'm against it, and I want to sign your petition. Finally, I want to say, these neighbors that I talked to in Plum Creek believe that, in Micanopy, believe that Plum Creek's managers are false prophets
Thank you very
and
much for your
carpetbaggers.
comments. Appreciate it.
Please do not transmit.
Thank you for your comments.
Thanks.
And next is Lacey Holdsworth, followed by Scott Camille. Good evening.
Good evening.
You can tip that microphone up a little bit.
Okay. I empathize with you on these difficult choices you have to make. It must be really difficult to scrutinize this plan before you when you have people who need jobs and people who live in the community and grew up in these areas. And so I'm going to make your job even more difficult here. I know you've heard countless hours of educated, qualified, concerned community members. And I hope that my story will not be redundant, but this is a real life experience. I grew up out there in Windsor. The Plum Creek, then Illinois land was my playground. And typically, we would get off in the summer, a bunch of us friends, we would ride horses all over the woods, using the trees as barrel racing. And anyway, that would be one summer. The next summer, we would go swimming. We would strip down to our skibbies, swim around, build bridges from one reservoir to the next. I mean, this is a very dynamic environment. You wouldn't know that by looking at it because it's flat, and and almost a monoculture. It's just grass and trees. And so many developers have made the mistake of thinking they're going to go in there and develop it. In fact, if you look at some of the old plot plans of that area, and I'm talking about 40 years ago in the 70s. There's roads, neighborhoods, they're named and numbered, and I have very clear memories of bulldozers and dump trucks and even dredge lines marred in muck and stuck in the mud for what seemed like months, and I couldn't understand at the time why they come out there and made that big mess, and now I understand. It rained. And well, I spent the first 20 of the years playing in Windsor, and then I left and got educated, and I actually studied under Daniel Isofano that's been involved with this plan, and so I know, oh gosh, it's almost over. I just wanted to tell you that we have a vast resource out there it's amazing. We grow the best trees in the world. This is a 5,000-year-old axe, and it was found in my garden. They've been growing trees in that area, and we've been harvesting them for 5,000 years. That's in a sustainable economy, and Plum Creek has undermined it with this plan. They're breaking it up, that you can't have a sustainable timber industry if you parcel it all up into little pieces. I'm sorry. Thank you very much. Please don't transmit this plan as it is right now. It needs a little more work. It's close.
Thank you for your comments. Good evening.
Good evening, Commissioners. Can I have a slide? I'm speaking as a member of Stand By Our Plan, which is also your plan. From Plum Creek's own publication, the very first paragraph starts with a deception. There was no request by Alachua County. Next slide, please. The deception continues from their tightly controlled and carefully choreographed meetings trying to manufacture consent to giving money to worthy causes and organizations in order to buy goodwill. They promise opportunities for East Gainesville while their own map shows that their land is further away from East Gainesville than existing economic and educational opportunities, which are much closer and have public transportation. The chair has said that we need to compromise. We did compromise, and that's our comprehensive plan. The chair has offered an alternative plan that actually would help East Gainesville. Plum Creek's response, no. Proving that this is not about East Gainesville, it's about their shareholders. For Plum Creek, it's their way or the highway. I say, give them the highway, end the deception, vote to deny. Many of our citizens have chosen to live in a quiet, rural setting. It would be a great disservice to these rural citizens, some of whom are retired, to force them into a dense urban setting, which would destroy their quality of life. Many of these citizens are also concerned that the water that will be displaced by this sprawled development will end up flooding their homesteads. Please protect our rural citizens and their quality of life. The comprehensive plan does. Please protect it. Transmittal. What is the point of transmitting this application to Tallahassee? Does anyone here really believe that the politicians in Tallahassee who are stealing our Amendment 1 money care about the environment? Tallahassee will rubber stamp this and send it right back for another vote, resolving nothing. Why go through this again? Please vote to deny now. What is the rush? This is a 50-year plan. It does not make sense to give away 50 years' worth of development rights. Plum Creek has annexed one parcel into Hawthorne. Let's see how they treat the environment, the taxpayers, and let's see how many jobs they bring for Hawthorne and East Gainesville, not Putnam County. We have no guarantees. Plum Creek's promises are unenforceable. Let's give them the opportunity to deliver on their promises. Let Hawthorne be the test. Please vote to deny. From the next slide, please. From the Department of Growth Management. Staff has analyzed the Envision Alachua Sector Plan application, including the supporting data and analysis, and based on the results of the analysis is making a recommendation to the County Commission that it deny the proposed amendment. Please support our very dedicated, hardworking professionals and their recommendation of denial, which is based on the science and the facts. They work for us. Commissioners, please deny.
Thank you for your comment. And next we have Doug Bernal, followed by Jennifer Kruchik. Good evening.
Hutch, Commissioners. I've met a few of you before. Some of you know this. As you can plainly see, I'm not black. I'm not a minority. I grew up in a county that didn't see fit to desegregate Santa Fe High School until 1973. And I was raised by individuals that carried that mentality. I have inherent biases, and I can understand that coming to this county and seeing how East Side is treated, there's a big problem. There's a big problem with minorities not getting jobs, and there's a big problem with the entire East Side just being passed over. And it's really easy to want something, any solution at all, when there's no solution available. I've seen firsthand the drastic choices that can be made when poverty is all you know. In 2007, I gave up 8 years of my life to the United States Army. I deployed to Baghdad initially, and then to Kirkuk. I lost friends and people I consider family to poor choices brought on by poverty. Here in Alachua County, we have a better choice. We have the opportunity to make a good choice, and I don't think Plum Creek is that choice. It's wonderful that they want to develop. I want them to develop intelligently. I want them to develop within our plan that's already been proven. If they can do that, I'm absolutely for it. I definitely defer with many people here, and even with commissioners. Mike, I defer with you on the vet court decision. I support it. You want questions. That doesn't mean that I can't agree with people on other issues. I implore you as commissioners to please just consider every opportunity available before a poor decision is made, because I've seen firsthand the fallout that poor decisions can cause. And as divided as this community has become, you can see how many people are wearing purple and green shirts to voice their opinion. Whatever choice you make tonight is going to carry on for 50 years, and I want you to make a good one. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Jennifer Kruchek. Going once, going twice. Rob Hatch, and then Sue Hatch. Good evening.
Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to talk. I came to Alachua County 25 years ago after living in many wonderful places. I thought I would stay 5 years. But this is such a great place that it beat tropical islands. It beat places where I could see the mountains. It was snow-capped mountains. This is just a great place to live. We have wonderful natural resources, so many great things. And part of the reason it's as good as it is the great stewardship that people have given to our resources and to our planning over the years. We've got a great plan, well thought out, with great citizen input. Now is not the time to throw that out. I've heard a couple things about Plum Creek getting input from the citizens. I know someone who was present at a meeting and told she could sit and listen, but she couldn't say anything. That's not citizen input. I also wanted to point out that Plum Creek has been accused of a lot of inaccuracies and a lot of trying to put a good spin on things. So one thing that they seem to be spinning very much to their advantage is these 23,000 acres. What are they doing now? They're lumbering it. What are they going to do after the plan is approved? Lumbering it? They're not giving us anything. I mean, really, we can't let them spin that as a plus for us. They're going to keep doing what they've been doing. I also want to mention that I'm a University of Florida faculty member. I'm certainly not speaking on behalf of the university, but the people I've spoken to at UF are not in favor of this. This is not something that you can say one person in the administration shows up. That doesn't mean that all of UF is in favor of this, not by a long shot. So I ask you to please vote no, see what happens with the part that Hawthorne is annexed, see what Plum Creek does. You know, the proof is in the pudding, as they say. Give them a shot, see how it turns out, and then revisit, rather than throwing away our one chance to influence things. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. And now Sue Hatch, followed by, and Noshitama, you're on deck.
So I'm Sue Hatch. I showed up here 25 years ago with Rob Hatch. And I love it here too. I too thought, we'll leave after about 5 years. Well, you couldn't drag me out of here. I think this place is beautiful, and in large part because of the natural environment and the way it's been preserved. As you know, Plum Creek wants to persuade you to substitute its sector plan for our Alachua Comprehensive Plan for one reason. They stand to make millions. We can't exactly pin down how many millions because they won't give us that estimate, but we know it's a lot of cash. What have they promised in return? jobs, and jobs for those who do desperately need them. But the key word here is promise. As they've said many times, Plum Creek will not create these jobs. They just promise the jobs will come. And why will the jobs come? Well, to the best of my knowledge, I've heard them give 3 reasons. Plum Creek promises the jobs will come because we will be able to partner with the University of Florida and Santa Fe College. But can't we do that now? Why do we need Plum Creek? And Plum Creek promises the jobs will come because we will have sites for jobs. Don't we have those now? Our county planners have assured us we do. And the sites we have are closer to the citizens of East Gainesville, higher and drier, and already have an established infrastructure. Finally, Plum Creek promises us that the jobs will come because large manufacturing firms will have somewhere to settle. They say the property in our county isn't large enough, which is why we need their land. But if you look at their maps, they only propose advanced manufacturing in the site closest to State Road 301, just one of the 2 job sites. This is the site farthest away from the citizens of East Gainesville. You're gonna bus them there? And we have to be careful what kind of manufacturing firms we get and we permit to settle there. One example actually given by Plum Creek themselves in a slideshow of a manufacturing industry we might like to attract is an Intel manufacturing firm in Oregon. I wonder if Plum Creek realizes the example they gave consumes 4 million gallons of water a day. Furthermore, isn't it likely that a lot of these manufacturing firms will increasingly use robots instead of human labor? By investing in them, are we really looking out for the future of labor in Alachua County? I'm also curious about what's happening an hour north of Gainesville and Lake City. That's the home of Plum Creek's new intermodal park, a newly certified mega industrial park located between I-10 and I-75, served by 2 rail lines. It has 2,000 mixed acres of use. I can't tell you everything about it, but it's shovel ready to go. Will this be competition? They're just an hour up the road. I'd like to wait and see what happens in Hawthorne. Hawthorne has annexed the Plum Creek property, and they sit on 301. Let's see what happens there. Will Plum Creek show good faith in their environmental promises, perhaps by changing their forestry practices without financial gain?
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Now we have Noah Shitama, followed by Ann Barkdahl. Is Mr. Shitama here? And now we're looking for Ann Barkdahl. And now Nancy, here's Ann. Good evening.
Good evening. I'm sorry, the list snuck up on me. My name is Ann Barkdahl, Commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I am a resident of Southeast Gainesville for about 35 years. I know that East Gainesville has a lot of needs. There's a lot of poverty, a lot of people that need greater opportunity and jobs. I also know Plum Creek wants to build a city 8 miles east of where we sit in Windsor. We right now sit on basically the eastern edge of East Gainesville. Most of the people that need jobs and greater opportunity lie to the west of us, between here and University of Maine, which is about 3.5 miles away. This territory, well, actually, our comprehensive plan has been carefully considered by many citizens in Alachua County over the course of years. Actually, citizens, elected officials, and staff have put in years of work in this. And I think we have a very good comprehensive plan. And Plum Creek would like to create a new city out by Windsor with infrastructure and walkable community and jobs. However, East Gainesville, which lies between here and Main Street primarily, and a lot of it between here and Waldo Road, already has infrastructure. That's where people live, that's where the jobs are needed, that's where the opportunities needed. The infrastructure needs improvement, that's for sure, but the infrastructure does exist. So I think we need to follow our plan. At the same time, Commissioner Hutchinson has put forth some interesting ideas related to a possible land swap with Plum Creek. I think this is an idea worth consideration. So I ask three things of you all tonight. First of all, please do not transmit Plum Creek's plan. Follow our comprehensive plan, and at the same time, take the time to evaluate the proposition that was put forth by Commissioner Hutchinson. See if it will work with our comprehensive plan. This merits very careful consideration because this is the future of Alachua County. It's the future for citizens in East Gainesville, and it can represent some real hope rather than a false hope. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Nancy Darren, followed by Joni Ellis. Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you. I strongly urge you to vote to support staff's recommendation and vote no. Just look at the map and you can see this plan is in the wrong place and it's sprawl for multiple reasons staff presented to you. And thank you to staff. We need to declare our Community Bill of Rights as expressed through our comprehensive plan with you, our elected commission, as protectors of our public trust and speak truth to power. We claim our right to protect our future access to clean water and water supply and protect the watershed and wetlands needed for our children, for the diversity of life that sustains us, and so we can better deal with massive rainwater events, fires and droughts that climate change is already sending our way. In 2011 alone, the state broke 34 heat records, 27 rainfall records, and experienced cases of extreme drought. In 2014, in 26 hours, over 24 inches of rain fell in the Panhandle at 6 inches in a single hour. The climate refugees from Miami are not going to be very interested in an area prone to being knee-deep or more underwater for sometimes days, especially when any engineered hardscapes create unintended consequences of where and how water flows. In the new world of climate change impacts, we are going to have to learn to start with the ecosystem first, not the project. Any engineered process or system that replaces an ecosystem service provided by nature requires large financial and energy investments and compromises long-term sustainability. We're no longer able to easily ignore these realities. Nature is beginning to assert control, and our county must be able to cope. In 2014, August 19th was Earth Overshoot Day. Last year, it was August 13th, marking the date when humanity has exhausted nature's budget for the year. Every 8 months, we demand more renewable resources and produce more waste than the planet can provide for in an entire year. Our current financial and economic systems are designed to extract, consume, and concentrate wealth into larger entities and fewer people. It demands endless exponential growth on a finite planet and is not designed to deal with resource limitations. Plum Creek's assumptions are that the next 50 years will be much like the last 50 years, and I think this is rather unlikely. Many economists are really realizing rising inequality is directly or indirectly related to changes in the balance of power. Measures to reduce inequality can be successful only if countervailing power is brought to bear. Jobs versus environment is a false argument that's been used to pit people against each other instead of joining together to protest extraction of our wealth and degradation of the natural resources that are at the foundation of every economy. We claim, had one more sentence?
Please sum up, yes.
Yeah, we claim our right to have development occur within the urban clusters where infrastructure, public facilities, and services exist, where people live and need livelihoods and ownership, not just a job. Please vote no, and then pursue Commissioner Hutchinson's ideas. They're worth exploring.
Thank you for your comments. And Joni Ellis? Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Joni Ellis, and I live in East Gainesville. We left the northwest section to come to East Gainesville because it had dark skies, because it had a wonderful wildlife corridor between Paynes Prairie and Waldo, because it was beautiful, and I wanted to live there. This proposal that Plum Creek and Envision Alachua is making would destroy that. And then we've put everything we have into developing our little 25 acres, doing restoration for wildlife, carving out a little piece for us to do some farming and homesteading on, and leaving the rest for longleaf pine, wiregrass, and trying to create that corridor and keep that corridor alive. I see the poverty in East Gainesville every day. I drive through it every day as I leave my house to go somewhere and come back home, and I'm aware of that. I volunteer in the school. I try to do community gardens. I try to do what I can to contribute to my community. I do believe that the promises being made by Envision Alachua are false. They're not going to help the people in East Gainesville. I think there are other opportunities that we should pursue to do that, and I'm willing to be part of helping make that happen, however it needs to happen. I think climate change, thank you, Nancy, for addressing climate change. Nobody's brought that up. I mean, it was like just a spark in one other topic. Climate change is here, and it's real, and it's happening. And this area you're talking about possibly letting be developed and destroyed is a huge storage tank for the wetlands. And thank you, Nancy, for covering all that so I don't have to. We have staff, yeah, how many times do we have to say that? We have really, really good professional staff that has made excellent points that we need to listen to. And I also support Commissioner Hutchinson's proposal to possibly look at taking this kind of a plan and applying it to a different piece of property that's more appropriate siting of a east side kind of development and helping the economy and all that. I think that we need to say no to this plan so that we can have time to look at all the alternatives and pursue maybe another siting for that. So I think that's most of what's on my list, and please don't take this any further. Thanks.
Thank you for your comments. Joe Rush and then Joe Beatty. And Ms. Beatty, if you'll start making your way down, that would help expedite. Good evening.
Good evening. Before I speak, there are a few words I'd like to say. You can laugh. Thank you. This whole discussion reminds me of some county commission meetings I was at a year or two ago, and it was on the rural clusters and so on. And particularly, I'm in Melrose. I'm the president of the Melrose Business and Community Association. We debate these issues quite heartily out there in Melrose. We've had quite a few meetings, invited Plum Creek twice, invited the Stand By Our Plan people once to come speak to us. I won't say where I stand on the issue yet. I do support jobs, and I do support education. I have 27 years of education myself. I like to tell stories when I talk to a school teacher who teaches second grade, and I say, oh, I teach 23rd grade. And they say, I don't think it goes that high. I say, I think it does. You know, high school's through 12th grade, college, 16th grade, 4 years of medical school, gets you up to 20th grade, and interns and residents is 21st, 22nd, 23rd grade. Anyway, that's how it works. I still have 2 minutes left. Back to the rural clusters. I was having a really good discussion. There was me on one side, another guy on another side, and then a guy in the middle, and we're sitting at Blue Water Bay in Melrose discussing this, and the guy in the middle comes up with and says, why can't we find a middle ground? And I teach decision theory and stuff like this, and it really put me in a tailspin for several days trying to figure out why can't we find a middle ground on this issue? And then I realized back to the decision, there are some issues that don't have middle ground, and here's how it works. Why don't you give me $1,000? Okay, you don't want to give me $1,000. How about we compromise? Just give me $500. Are you going to work with me on this or not? I want every one of you to reach in your, okay, $10 each. Each of you only, I'm really compromising, and you people aren't budging an inch. I would like to compromise with Plum Creek if there was anything on the table worth compromising for. I don't blame them at all. They're a business and they should proceed with their business. When I walk into the pick a dealership, Toyota, Ford, Chevy, whoever you like or dislike, I should not be surprised that they want to sell me a car. They have kids to feed, rent to pay, all this kind of stuff. I don't judge them negatively. But I need to make a decision, do I really need a new car? And do I really believe the ads that my kid may be the quarterback of the football team and win the homecoming game if I buy this car? No, I don't go for that. 7 seconds left. Let's say no. Let's go with a plan for East Gainesville. Commissioner Hutchinson has some great ideas. There are many other great ideas. This isn't one of them. Say no.
Thank you very much. So next is Joe Beatty. Is Joe Beatty here? And next is Tracy Marinella, followed by Gary Gozer. Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak, and I'm sad that I have to follow him. I've been before you many times, telling you about my story, how I grew up in South Florida and watched the total overdevelopment just take over and ruin everything. I didn't get any richer. I didn't get a better job. Didn't do me any good. I just moved out, and I moved up here because I like it here. I believe Envision Alachua is just a marketing plan. It's a tool formed to help sell an idea, sell us jobs. The land is not suited for massive structures. All over the country, the word job is being used as a ruse to allow corporate greed to get away with murdering our environments and our natural resources and our economy. Some of the most nastiest toxic industries come into poor areas in the name of jobs. Do we want that in Alachua County? And how do we stop it once the land is sold? You can't just say, well, no, you're not going to put that kind of business up here, and we're not going to let you only pay the people $8 an hour. You can't do that. So this is just ridiculous. I would like to say, if you submit this up to Tallahassee and you expect somebody up there to find something they don't like about it and send it back here, that's not going to happen. They're going to rubber stamp it. They're going to say your county commissioners approved it. You guys elected them. You guys are our only voice. You have to listen to the people that elected you, and you have to listen to your staff. You're the only one to protect us from this corporate greed. When you get back to the state, I mean, just in the last couple years, we have manatees have been downlisted, bears have been downlisted, and they've been hunted. The next thing is the panther, because they have to make way for more development in Southwest Florida, Southeast Florida, Central Florida, the Big Bend. Everything is going to sector plans now. Massive developments where wildlife and water used to be. Why are we going to allow this here? This is a smart county. You guys are smart men. Don't allow this. Please, I just beg you to listen to your staff and not submit this plan. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Gary Gozer and Peggy Carr. And Peggy will be followed by Pastor Marie Herring. Good evening.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Peggy Carr. I'm a Gainesville native, professor of landscape architecture at the University of Florida, former associate dean of the College of Design, Construction, and Planning, and owner, along with my husband David, of Pearl Country Store and Barbecue in Micanopy. I'd like to address 3 points in the time allotted to me. The first of these is density. For more than 10 years now, my urban and regional planning colleague Paul Zwick and I have been working with 1,000 Friends of Florida to explore the realities and importance of gross urban density to Florida's future. In particular, whether our land use policies will result in squandering our land resources or accommodating projected population increases in compact, efficient, and livable cities. It has become abundantly clear that even modest increases in our urban densities will provide 3 very important results. Much more efficient use of our finite land resources, a reduction in the cost of infrastructure, both initial construction and maintenance, and an increase in the feasibility of efficient and cost-effective mass transit and alternative transportation modes. On Monday of this week, a diverse group of individuals from campus and the community met with consultants hired by the University of Florida to assist with its strategic development plan. This consulting group has worked with large land-grant universities across the nation and clearly understands how to help these institutions optimize their human and physical capital. Their primary message to us also focused on the importance of density. Increasing density within a campus achieves the same three results mentioned before: efficient use of land resources, a reduction in the cost of infrastructure, and improved mobility. But they also noted that proximity created by higher density fosters collaboration and innovation. As we consider futures for our campus, our community, our county, we would do well to keep this concept of increased density in mind. So what of Plum Creek's plan? It appears they propose to develop a relatively low-density mixed-use community at a great distance from Gainesville's urban core. This is a very old-school, business-as-usual, mid-20th century approach. It does not embrace the evolving trends in urban design, including increased urban density that will result in efficient, vibrant, and livable communities. And so let me simply close by saying that if we take into consideration the importance of density, we also consider the uncertainty of many of the promises that have been placed before us, and we also consider the environmental impacts that have been so well described by others. It seems that this is a very bad deal for Alachua County. I encourage you to vote not to transmit. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Pastor Marie Herring. Is Pastor Herring here? I don't see her. Michael Bibb, followed by Rick Roberts.
Hello, I'm Michael Bibb. I'm a local physician, scientist, and educator. Since I only have 3 minutes, forgive me because I'm going to go fast. My comments are directed to Mr. Robert Hutchinson, and I have 2 points. I commend you for laying out your reasoning in the public eye. This makes it possible to see that your logic suffers from what someday, unless it's named after Robert Hutchinson, will be called the climate change denier's fallacy. You write that the county plan isn't perfect and the Plum Creek plan isn't perfect, so let's negotiate. That's the same error that climate change deniers make. The reasoning goes, well, there are arguments on each side, so they balance out. That's wrong because of a failure to appropriately weigh the arguments on each side. On one side, you have enormous amounts of data. On the other side, you have some weak speculation. Don't demonstrate the reasoning ability of a climate change denier. There's a thoughtful, objective county plan that was conceived with our best interests taken into account. Weighed against this, there's an incomplete Plum Creek plan with unknown cost to us, the taxpayers, that looks out only for the greedy interests of shareholders of a corporation. The arguments do not have equal weight. 2, you don't let a car salesman complicate a deal by negotiating your auto trade-in at the same time. When you're in a weak intellectual position, and you certainly are, you keep things simple. The Toccocelli negotiation argument is the wrong argument at the wrong time. Don't complicate these negotiations. You're naive to think you can negotiate with Plum Creek. You have your cards on the table. What we want to do is defined in your county plan. You have no idea what their plans are. What if they plan to build a hub for Governor Scott's I-75 relief turnpike at the site Plum Creek is slated for development? This is not far-fetched. Plum Creek and the mayor of Hawthorne are on the advisory committee for the compulsory facade hearings that pretend that this is only in the idea stage. But you can bet that out of the sunshine, there's an elaborate clay and plastic model showing exactly where they want to put their turnpike exits. If the model shows an exit in eastern Alachua County, people will pay whatever Plum Creek asks to put up their strip malls, their brothels, and their tourist traps. You may be okay with that, but my point is you've given up your negotiation position. Wait till they reveal that map that they've built in secret for the turnpike behind this facade of public meetings called I-75 Relief. You should be mindful that another one of the world's most lopsided negotiations took place only 20 miles from eastern Alachua County at Payne's Landing on the Alachua. There in 1832, Native Americans gave up 4 million acres of land in Florida, and what did they get in return? Well, most of them got a blanket. Don't give up our land. Pay attention to the main prize, development rights to our county's land. Right now, you hold the cards to preserve the land. Don't be distracted by these shiny things and trinkets. A final thought. There's no rush to give up development rights. If you say no, then that's like the last time you said no, we'll be back here in 2 to 3 years with more imperceptible changes in their version. If you say no 6 more times, we'll be back here in 2030, and maybe Plum Creek will make some real concessions. In any case, in 14 years, we'll have the ability to look back at the consequences of what happens when you cave in with no real plan in place, like you did with the annexation in Hawthorne in December. Wait 14 years, bike to the east end of the Hawthorne Trail, and if you see a trail of garbage and signs reminding trail users that this is a site of Hutchinson's folly, then you will still have the opportunity to not make the same mistake twice.
Thank you for your comments. We have Rick Roberts, followed by Anna Pricia. Good evening.
Hi, my name is Rick Roberts. I'm a resident in the Plum Creek area.
If you could pull that microphone up, just tilt it up. There you go. Thank you.
I'm a resident in the Plum Creek area. In this limited time, I wanted to comment first on providing jobs for the existing people in Alachua County. This seemed to be given a lot of priority. I did a quick look at population and households in East Alachua County, and looking at Waldo and Hawthorne and in between, I came up with about 1,500 households. And I was thinking a really modest job center providing 3,000 jobs perhaps would go so far, a very long way in providing jobs for people in the area. Another modest 3,000 job center on that State Road 20 would go a long way in providing jobs for people in East Gainesville. I don't see a need for a big city located in an agricultural area to provide jobs for the people in Alachua County. I also, at first, 50 years sounded good because it's like really planning out. But now with all the uncertainties, the state of Florida is really coming across some resource limitations. There is the possibility of a sea level rise flooding our coastal communities. Maybe a 10-year plan with some modest job opportunities is better than a 50-year plan. Another comment, I'm really concerned about agriculture. This state and states around the country are losing agriculture at an alarming rate. And if you're going to have a smart city, it seems to me you need smart agriculture to be with it, to show we're providing the food people need. People got so upset about the United States not being able to have all the oil, having to import oil. And yet, we're following a path where we're going to have to import food. And I think that would be a much bigger concern. And I think I will stop there. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Anna Pricia. Good evening.
Good evening. I just want to say that our award-winning comprehensive plan was developed by the people, with over 200 public meetings, public hearings, citizen advisory groups, and stakeholder conversations taken into consideration when it was developed. I know firsthand that Plum Creek has had meetings too. Meetings where they analyze the highest and best use for their land holdings across the entire United States. Whether that is mining, water extraction, development, whatever will allow them to get the highest and best ticket price for their land and provide that to their shareholders. Never is there talk about which lands can best support community or create jobs or be of the best benefit to the thousands and thousands of towns that surround these land holdings. Plum Creek wants different rules that would apply to their land for now, and then what would that happen to future people that came and asked for the same thing? And it would abandon two of the most important components of our plan, the growth boundary and the cluster of environmental protections for our wetlands and our significant ecosystems. There has been lots of talk about opportunity and economic development, but we don't need more of the old way of thinking that requires big business and sprawling development to make this happen. We can look to a way, and also a way that concentrates wealth and increases our disparities. for a small fraction of what it would cost in roads and wastewater infrastructure and the other things we would have to pay for in order to make this development possible. As a community, the cost we would bear, we could catalyze resilient community development and support creative community-based economic development that would promote entrepreneurship and business ownership by our citizens, and that would offer us the chance to keep our wealth here right in our own community. Please vote no. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Thomas Neal and Lisa Medola. And Lisa, if you'll be making your way down, thank you. Good evening.
Okay, well, I could just say amen, and that would probably cover it. But since I spent some time writing this, I'm going to do it anyway. My name's Tom Neal, and I've been a resident of Gainesville since 1969, when I came to UF to get a graduate degree in entomology. I've been a local business owner since 1978, and before I retired, I employed a workforce of 60. I don't belong to the chamber because sometimes I agree with them, sometimes I don't. In the case of Plum Creek, I don't. There are several aspects of the Plum Creek proposal which trouble me. First, I've been put off by their sprinkling fairy dust around town to gain support. It makes me feel like an early Native American selling out my heritage for a handful of glass beads to some fast-talking white settler. The way I was taught, the act of giving gifts and expecting something in return was dishonest, and such entities could not be trusted. By telling us to do it their way or face having the land sold off in parcels with septic tanks, aren't they resorting to a form of extortion? After all, they control how the land is disposed of. Nobody should expect large corporate entities to be moral. Their sole purpose is to make money. That's why free enterprise requires government regulation. As I waded through the Plum Creek proposal, a number of questions, that was no pun intended there, several observations came to mind. I'll list some points of concern. Why would anybody in their right mind plop a city in a seasonal wetland as one of the main remaining relatively unspoiled recharge areas for springs and lakes downstream? Isn't the aquifer already maxed out? Aren't the lakes nutrient stressed? Who are those incredibly virtuous people who will live in this city with such a tiny environmental footprint? They must all be wood elves. Will there be an environmental Gestapo force to bust any little old ladies who sneak out at night to fertilize their roses? Will it be illegal to grow roses? What will the penalties be for indiscriminate nitrogen release? You know, peeing in the bushes. Nutrient waste just doesn't evaporate into thin air, no matter how well you treat it. What kind of newspeak are these job centers? Are they industrial parks? Who decides which industries are acceptable? Will the strip club catering to truckers along 301 be okay? Will any jobs created simply be filled by new residents of the former swamp instead of going to existing residents of East Gainesville? Or will it end up being populated by retirees like the villages, providing lots of low-income service jobs? Who's to say that construction jobs will even be available to local residents? They could just as well come from Jacksonville or even be imported labor. Does it defy logic? Does it defy logic to build a whole new city to provide jobs for the old city down the road? Seems to me that hasn't worked out that well anywhere. A couple more points come to mind. Since I've lived in Gainesville, 2 species of butterflies have become extinct locally, not to mention many other less visible arthropods. Most people wouldn't notice, but these are indicators of a stressed environment. The diseases, invasive species that are largely responsible for these losses are spread by man, and by fragmenting the ecosystem we encourage to spread.
Thank you for your comments. You have to wrap up. Thank you very much.
And then there's mosquito control. Oh, I'm already running over.
Yeah, appreciate it. You can send your comments to us. Thank you. Appreciate it. And Lisa Medola, yeah. And Lisa Medola, you'll be the last speaker before our 10-minute break. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners. It's my understanding that Plum Creek is now, with the merging of Weyerhaeuser, the largest landowner in the country, and I think I heard the other night, in the world. With that power, they see fit to destroy our comprehensive plan. They're not happy with just making money on cutting the forests. Now they want to change the zoning on their agricultural lands, which I might add, they got huge tax breaks for, and if they get to change it, should have to pay back all those taxes. They want to change our agricultural lands to industrial and commercial so they can make even more money at the expense of all of us who live in the rural areas of Alachua County, and at the expense of the water purifying wetlands, the forests, and the wildlife, which will surely be displaced or destroyed. The 400 acres of wetlands Plum Creek is asking to destroy will change the hydrology of the area, potentially causing flooding. Who do you think we, the people who live in these areas, will hold accountable if our homes and properties are flooded? Alachua County. As a voting, tax-paying citizen and a constituent of Alachua County Commissioners, I would like to thank the commissioners that did the right thing and voted no on the annexation of some of the rural lands owned by Plum Creek into the city of Hawthorne. Thank you, Mr. Byerly and Mr. Cornell, for doing the right thing. With your vote for the comprehensive plan to remain our Alachua County comprehensive plan and not Plum Creek's comprehensive plan, I will vote for you in the next election. Who else in this room will be voting for these commissioners who vote no on the comprehensive plan change? Please raise your hands. I request that all of the Alachua County Commissioners do the right thing and vote no against changing the comprehensive plan for one exceedingly wealthy landowner at the expense of all of Alachua County residents who want to see our comprehensive plan continue to protect our environmentally sensitive and rural lands. Listen to your own planning department. They know what they're talking about. They recommended you vote no on changing our comprehensive plan. If Plum Creek is allowed to change our comprehensive plan, it will be changed forever. And for anyone else that wants to challenge it, there will be no stopping them. This will mean the end of Alachua County as we know it. This once green and beautiful and environmentally protected county will be sold off piece by piece for every developer for industrial and commercial uses. We will look like Jacksonville or Orlando with its sprawl and congestion and its crime and its ugliness. In no time, we will no longer have our rural lands, our wetlands, our forests, or our wildlife. We can stop this boondoggle now. We must stop this. Say no to the comprehensive plan change for one huge landowner to destroy our rural and environmental sensitive lands. Please protect Alachua County. Vote no to change our comprehensive plan. Do not transmit Plum Creek's plan.
Thank you for your comments. And we're going to take a 10-minute break. We'll be back at 8:30. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're enjoying our break, but it's time to unbreak. And Mr. Clerk, if you'll bring up the next speaker, please.
Mr. Chair, before we start.
All right, hang on just a second. Let me get everybody's attention. Hello, hello, hello. Mr. Pinkerton. Commissioner Cornell.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Before we get started, there are a number of folks that I've chatted with that really would like to speak tonight, and if it is the will of the board and the will of the chair, I am happy when the time is right to go ahead and make a motion to extend the meeting until we finish with public comment. It could be pretty late, could be 12, 1 o'clock, but I'm happy to do that if at least 3 others are, so we can get all the public comment into the record.
Do we have the authority to extend the meeting in a place that we don't own? I guess that would be my question. Okay.
So Commissioner Chestnut.
I have no problem with going to 11 o'clock, but going to 1 o'clock or 2 o'clock, I have to work tomorrow, and I have to get up very early to work, so that's my only reservation there. I mean, you know, I have to work, so I mean, and okay. I dedicate the first 3 to 4 days of the week to the county and the rest to my business, and it's just a hardship for me to stay to 1 o'clock, so I'm just going to state that. And if I tip out, it's no disrespect to you, but I have to work for a living, so thank you.
Mr. Chair, would the video be available for all of the public comment for everyone to review?
Yes, it would be. So my suggestion is let's run to the end. We have we're on speaker number 122. We have approximately 100 additional speakers. And if y'all will expedite your comments and expedite the walking down part too, if you could be lined up and ready to go, then things would go a little bit quicker. So at this point, I would suggest that Kara Jennings, Panagiota Solkas, Kate Lee, and John Prosser kind of move down and let's and tell us what you think. Yes, sir. You. Kara Jennings
is not available. It's my partner. She's at home.
Okay.
With our child, but I'm the next person on the list. So.
Okay.
My name is Panayoti Cholkis, and I recently moved to a small farm in southeast Gainesville. But over the past 20 years, I've traveled across the country working on environmental protection campaigns with the Earth First movement, and I'm no stranger to Plum Creek. I was in the Moosehead Lake region of Maine to watch them get defeated by public opposition. It took some brave activists getting thrown in jail for protests and numerous lawsuits against the plan, but ultimately the people won. And Plum Creek is the largest landowner in the country. They have enough money to outspend us infinitely. They can buy our elected officials, but they still and have been beaten. They can and have be beaten. So I also want to mention that I lived in Palm Beach County, and I watched as a developer-driven county commission was exposed for corruption to the point of 3 county commissioners going to prison on honest service fraud charges. The 4th bowed out and resigned in disgrace to avoid being indicted. At every one of those meetings where a majority of crooked commissioners voted in favor of greedy developers, they promised that there would be jobs and economic benefits. But it was no shock when the housing market crash in Palm Beach County left a glutted market matched by few other counties in this state. In fact, Time magazine called Palm Beach County the corruption capital of the state at that time period. A vote favoring Plum Creek by this commission, in my opinion, should trigger an immediate investigation into conflicts of interest. And if this is approved, I will personally make sure that the Earth First movement is ready to join the local opposition and raise hell until it's defeated. Don't mistake this as an empty threat. I'm one of the founders of the Everglades Earth First movement, a former editor of the Earth First Journal, and I would love the excuse to build road blockades and tree sits here so close to home. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Kate Lee. Is Kate Lee here? John Prosser. Is John Prosser here? Cody Galligan and if Stephen Mulkey could be making his way down. Good evening.
Hello. I'm a farmer in southeast Gainesville. I have a small organic certified farm. I've been in Gainesville for about 10 years. I grew up in South Florida, and I experienced the heartbreak of watching cow fields, nurseries, everything that was in my reach and sight as a child, that at any connection to nature or green space get turned into development. The most short-sighted type of development, strip malls, gated communities, the type of community that's being proposed tonight. And this is a for-profit company that's coming in here. They don't give a shit about our jobs. They're here to make money. We're talking about creating jobs. Giving millions of dollars of gifts to the ultra-rich is not a good way to address income inequality, income disparity. That's the trickle-down theory. We know that doesn't work. Alachua County is a super special place. It drew me here. I know it's drawn a lot of other people here that have come as refugees from the development catastrophe everywhere else in Florida. And I strongly urge you to preserve the plan that was so thoughtfully crafted by the commission and by the people. And I strongly urge you to reject the bullying tactics of Plum Creek. Please, let's keep Southeast Gainesville beautiful with the green space. It's a magical place. The transition from city to rural is a magical. It doesn't happen in many places where you get to experience that connection between rural and city so close to each other. I think there's many, many opportunities for jobs, and I don't think Plum Creek is really in our best interests, and I don't think they're really trying to give us jobs or any of the great stuff that they're promising. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. And Stephen Mulkey, followed by Reverend Byers Hickman. Is Stephen Mulkey here? I don't see him. And so is Reverend Byers Hickman here? Is that you, sir? Okay, then we're going to Ian Fletcher and then Kayla Sosnow. The number is 128 would be Reverend Byers Hickman. Yes, sir. Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. The journey that Plum Creek and the Envision Alachua Task Force has committed to Alachua County has entailed much more than just a desire to change the county's current comprehensive land use plan. It has been more than environmental issues. It has been about opportunity. The opportunity for our kids to dream about growing up in Alachua County, a place with a current poverty level of over 23%, attending a public school with an 87.9% graduation rate, or one of our many private or charter schools in our area. The opportunity to dream about the possibilities of attending the #1 community college in the nation, to achieve an education attainment of high quality degrees, certificates, and/or credentials. The dream of the opportunity to attend the University of Florida, a preeminent university in the world. Education is an essential DNA of Alachua County. Education is the developer of our kids' talent, innovation, and opportunity. It drives the pipeline for tomorrow's workforce and the growth of businesses in our community, giving the students and local businesses the opportunity to compete on a global level. The Florida Chamber Foundation recently released an education report that states, the key to global competitiveness and the future of economic development are excellence in education. The Envision Alachua Task Force, along with each of you, have agreed and have been an integral part of the formation of the Alachua County Education Compact, a compact with 6 goals, 5 focus areas, and 4 outcomes. Recently, we unveiled the strategies to support the Education Compact. The Envision Alachua Sector Plan represents an opportunity to add quality jobs to Alachua County, quality jobs that have higher wages, income earning potential, and career advancement opportunities. The opportunities for our children to grow up and apply for one of these quality jobs here in Alachua County. The opportunity to have a quality job with the possibility to advance their career. The opportunity to become homeowners. The opportunities to have kids and raise them in Alachua County. The opportunity to become tax-paying citizens. But most of all, the opportunity to call Alachua County home and a place they can speak of proudly. I ask each of you tonight to vote to transmit to the state of Florida the proposed Envision Alachua Sector Plan. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for being here. Next, Ian Fletcher. I don't see, is Ian Fletcher here? If not, then. Oh, you're Ian Fletcher. Okay, thank you, sir. Kayla Sosnow, and then Paul Sykes. Good evening.
Good evening. Plum Creek's vision for employment relies upon UF's research strength and Santa Fe's job training. This is directly from their plan: Ag and Life Sciences Research and Development, Advanced Logistics, Advanced Materials, Human Life Sciences, Software and Information Technology. Does this sound like jobs designed to help East Gainesville and East Alachua County residents? No. This is to help UF and Santa Fe, and I hope it's not going to become a huge IFAS facility that doesn't even have to pay property taxes. And once this Hale Plantation East is approved, they're going to want a high-capacity corridor to serve it in the name of I-75 relief. Next thing you know, we've got development along the exit like that around the Newberry and Archer Road exits. And then if you think the area between Plum Creek and Gainesville is going to remain rural, it isn't. It's going to develop like Boca Raton and Boynton Beach have over the past 25 years. Those farms and rural areas are gone now, forever, replaced with sprawling, suburban, car-centric strip mall development. We are at a crossroads. Either we continue a path of protecting what we have, or we open the door to unfortunate development that we will regret and will make us progressively less distinguishable and unique from South Florida. Please vote no and do not submit Plum Creek sector plan to the state.
Thank you for your comments. And Paul Sikes. Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Chair and the commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Paul Sikes. I'm a family physician who works on the east side of Gainesville, over at the East Side Community Clinic on Waldo Road. You may be familiar with. I'm also a resident of East Gainesville. I've had children in the East Gainesville schools for 25 years, including, I'm proud to say, a son who's here now at East Side, and an earlier son who played on Coach Pop's basketball team that won the state championship, brought a little glory to the East Side back in 2006. I'm here to speak really as a physician. I mean, my job every day is to work with citizens of East Side Gainesville, try to help them with their medical problems, mental health issues, et cetera, really try to get to know their situation. And it's my job to try to do what's in their best interest, as, of course, in a way, it is your job as well, right? So I want to comment that I find the Plum Creek's approach of trying to say this is about, East Gainesville is frankly cynical, and it tends to divide our community. It is absolutely clear the East Side Gainesville has a long and bitter history of neglect. The old timers, my patients remember when the city dump was sited right near Lincoln Estates, for example. I was proud to have trained in AGH Hospital, which was the community hospital and a fine hospital in this part of town. And although I certainly don't speak for my employer, University of Florida, I don't think UF Health had the best interests of East Gainesville when that hospital came down for largely business calculations. So certainly folks who are concerned for East Side Gainesville, I think have every reason to look for opportunities for employment. We need a variety of jobs. We certainly need a fair share of, let's say, lower skilled jobs. We got a lot of patients who are hardworking, warm-hearted, excellent CNAs. I just find it misleading and frankly cynical for if we accept that framework. Well, if you're not for Plum Creek's, city in the swamp, then you must not care about East Gainesville. That's that's false and misleading. That model of development, if you think about it, makes no sense. If having a high-tech development on the far outskirts really brought development to essentially a central urban and deprived community, then why does Jacksonville have its problems? You ever drive to Jacksonville on a 4-lane, 6-lane highway? You pass by the developments in the outside, but you certainly see the languishing communities on the inside. Someone showed a map of the Bay Area. Oakland's the same. Detroit. This is not a model that's going to help East Gainesville, and I don't appreciate Plum Creek trying to divide us over that issue, but I appreciate the chairman and others' efforts to brainstorm hard about what we can do. I'd like to see the county think about opportunity costs, the cost of building infrastructure out in the city and the swamp. Those costs could be used to revive the Choices program, break the cycle of poverty and poor health, for example.
Your comments.
Thank you very much for the opportunity.
All right. And Greg Mullaney. Oh, okay, Reverend Higman, okay, go ahead. Yeah.
I'm sorry, I missed my turn.
That's all right.
I'm Reverend Byers Hickman.
Go ahead.
I'm not a Gainesville transplant. I grew up in High Springs. I'm 54 years old. When I left here to go to college, ended up joining the military, I saw a lot of the world. I saw a lot of developments. I saw a lot of things done differently than where I grew up. And it bothered me. My wife, I went all the way around the world, met my wife, and she and I both decided that we weren't coming back home to live. We saw better holistic living than some of what I grew up around. When is it going to change? The east side of Gainesville needs stimulation. I have heard nothing in any of the presentations that I've been following since it started and prior to. When I was working at the Reichert House, I've spoken with a couple of commissioners. The east side of Gainesville has always been something that is spoken of, that we want growth, we want to help out, we want to make things better in the east. I see things happen from only one or two. Go to the table. If you have concerns, address the concerns. You guys are great at amending motions. We will amend this, we will talk about this, we'll go to the table. Go to the table. Here's an opportunity to do something for the east side of the county. To do something out here in a way that's going to be environmentally friendly. But because some people don't want to see change, because they don't want to, there's just some things I won't say, because I refuse to live like that. But when do we change? When do we really come into the 21st century in Alachua County and not have to live with the scarecrows of the past? It's already been decided in a lot of people's minds where this vote is going. Okay, if the vote goes that way, it should go that way for a reason, because it's not good for Alachua County. And there should be some substantive facts other than my history, my plan. Well, there are other people living with a history and a plan where they can't make ends meet. Here's an opportunity to put some things together on the east side of town, on the east side of the county, that would be good for Alachua County.
Thank you for your
Let's
comment.
change the way that we're doing things.
Appreciate it. Thank you for being here. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Greg Mullally, and I'm a resident of Alachua County, and I'd like to speak in favor of maintaining our current Alachua County Comprehensive Plan. I moved up here approximately 6 years ago from Miami, also known as the Dead Zone. One of the things that drew me to this place was the beauty of what I read about as a child of old Florida. But what I've been seeing lately is even this old Florida's been slowly being whittled away. I'm a mature naturalist. I took some time to actually learn about the various ecosystems here in the state of Florida, but that means I'm an amateur. I'm not a professional. An amateur pursues an interest out of a love for that subject, not for profit. I love observing nature in its most pristine, forms when it's ever possible, but that's getting a little harder every day with the development going on. Now, Plum Creek comes along, and what they want to do is they want you to change your mind and destroy more of this good nature we have, all in the name of more profits for just them. Not for us. Nobody here is going to benefit, just Plum Creek. As I said, I'm just an amateur. PC has a lot of professionals who have filed reports downplaying the negative effects of their plan. But you got to remember about professionals. One of the things you got to remember about them. Professionals worked for the tobacco companies. For 50 years, they told us everything was just fine dandy. Millions of lives were lost, billions of dollars are paid out. Exxon just got exposed. They knew since the 70s, even though their experts had filed the reports, but they've been put away. I'm wondering what Plum Creek's doing. What are they hiding? I think most of the folks here already know what's going on, and it's not beneficial for us. It's only beneficial for them. So what I'm asking you to do is please don't allow our Alachua Comprehensive Plan to be destroyed and replaced by Plum Creek's very destructive plan. Thank you.
Thanks for your comments. Kamal Latham and Bruce Hayes. And if Bruce Hayes could be making his way down here, and Maria Minow. Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Chair. Kamal Latham, Vice President for Public Policy, Gainesville Area Chamber of Commerce. This is an important time in history in Alachua County. We have an opportunity to create a platform that will help facilitate additional economic growth and development in a part of our county that certainly does need it. There has been a lot said about the recommendation from staff, but there has not been as much said about the recommendation from the citizens that the county commission has appointed to advise them. You have a planning commission that voted favorably to send the Vision Alachua recommendation to you for consideration. You have an economic development advisory committee that voted favorably to send the Vision Alachua project to you for consideration. These are citizens whom you have appointed to give you expert advice and guidance from a planning perspective and an economic development growth perspective, and that's important. Coming from the standpoint of history, about 100 or so years ago, University of Florida came here. 50 or 60 years ago, I-75 was built here. There may have been a lot of people 100 years ago, or 50 to 60 years ago, that thought that it would be very difficult or it would be problematic to have a university rise out of some of the areas here in the county, or to have a interstate cut through some of the most pristine parts of this county. However, those things were needed and they were done, and we've been able to move on. But what's more important is what happens to this county, what happens to the people in this county. And you have a decision to make as county commissioners, and everyone in this auditorium has a decision to make as citizens of this county. You can have a decision as to whether or not you're going to allow a difficult conversation to be difficult or to be divisive. A difficult conversation does not necessarily mean that it has to be a divisive conversation. We need to have difficult conversations in our community. There are some legacy issues, there are some current issues, and there are some future issues. There are some jobs that people are being trained now that don't even yet exist. For a lot of people, the future is here. The present is here, and some of the challenges from the past still are here. So when we combine the past, the present, and the future, we have to find a way to come together as one community, as one county, regardless if the color is green or purple or orange or something else in the rainbow that's being created. We have to be able to come together. And so thank you for your time and for your consideration of this very weighty but important matter. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Bruce Hayes, then Maria Minette.
Mr. Chair,
Yeah.
Point of order. I think we should remind ourselves as well as the public that we do have a law which requires people who are professional paid lobbyists, paid to lobby the county commission and to speak at our meetings on behalf of a client, are required to disclose that fact before speaking.
Thank you. Okay, we have Maria Minette.
So this plan thing is a real mess. I mean, the Plum Creek plan. It's really just a corporate agenda. So these people are cheaters. They have left a long line of unhappy communities in their wake. I guess if we were the first suckers, it wouldn't be so bad, but since they have already ripped off so many other communities, how stupid is Alachua County? Besides, their plan is obviously cheating. That land they say is conservation is underwater. They fired the first consulting company that did their wetland delineation because they said they found so much wet land. But then the next, they were wading through water. But the next company had to use a canoe to do their wetland delineation the next year. So that land is already protected because it's wetland. So if they wanted to help us, they wouldn't be cheating. They would come up with their own plan. They wouldn't come up with their own plan that they had to spend years propagandizing us with Envision Alachua to subvert the democratically agreed upon comprehensive plan. So Plum Creek has lots of money, partly because of the communities they have already ripped off. So they can spend a lot on propaganda and on influencing our small, local political leaders.
So Plum Creek, Weyerhaeuser are much more likely to get away with cheating big than the individuals who otherwise might move into our beautiful east side of our county. They can cheat on a grand scale. But they don't live here. They don't care about people of East Gainesville. Those people are their pawns. They don't care about our land. They don't hunt fish and grow food here, and they don't care about our children. They only care about their shareholders and their salaries. Now that land is purifying and providing water for us, purifying and providing air, nurturing and providing food, lumber, and natural resources for the people who live in this area. If this development is allowed, the Plum Creek Weyerhaeuser if it's allowed to flip the land their way, all of this will end. People who live in the countryside who are poor are not going to all of a sudden get rich by having to pay higher taxes and losing the fish and game they used to be able to hunt, fish, and eat. Besides, this project is more than what they are talking about. They want to put in an I-75 connector. That means a lot of eminent domain coming down the pike. Developing this precious wetland is the last thing Alachua County needs. We should protect it. The reason Alachua County is such an awesome place is because so much of the land is public land. And do not transmit.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we'll hear from Adele Franson and then Dan Harden. Is Adele Franson here? Dan Harden? Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you, Council, for hearing us on this issue. I'm new to the area. I've only been here for 2 years. I'm from up north, from Cincinnati, Ohio, actually. And I came here for a rural atmosphere, less crime, a lot of this, but I think we all agree, and it's a pretty good selling point, everybody wants jobs and better education for their community. It's pretty simple. I live in Hawthorne, and I've noticed there's about 6 businesses right there on 221st, their main street through town, that sit empty and that have been empty since I've lived here. Of course, we need growth here, and we need jobs here. I've actually have a degree in manufacturing industry myself, and I knew coming down here to Florida, leaving Cincinnati, there'd be very few jobs in that. But I do like the rural area, and I know I could probably go to Gainesville and get a decent job, but I think we need jobs here. But there is really no guarantee that they are going to bring jobs here. This is my whole question, and a lot of people, is there any kind of happy medium that they could come to, or any kind of guarantee that they are going to do any of what they say, is my question. And maybe you should, of course, I'd hate to be stuck with your decision, to try to have them come to a happy median or some kind of solid ground, or meet some kind of, level understanding of what they really are going to do, and maybe look into this a little more and try to find more out. But thanks for your time, and I hope whatever happens, it is a good decision for the whole area, because I hope and plan to stay here. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Heather Cernsey, followed by Ruth Berkelman. Good evening.
Hi, Commissioners. After 4 long years, I am still here in support and encourage this commission to vote yes. The current plan, the stand-by plan, has done diddly squat for the east side of the county. But you can change the 75% poverty that's on this side with a vote for saying yes. I am excited for the opportunities the Envision Alachua plan can bring for my children and other children in the east side of the county. As I appreciate and admire the opposition and their involvement of the process, the majority of the opposition is not of the working class. They are either retired, and that is wonderful. They have done a great job. They have all day and all night to make one of these meetings. As to the families and children's that have children that will really need this, aren't able to be here because either they're working on their second or third job or they have children. I've been blessed with parents that are watching my children. They have lost faith in this commission because the actions that you have taken in the past have not supported the east side of the county. So I would hope that you would vote yes to help provide them so they can help provide a better tomorrow and a quality of life for their families. But speaking of flip-flopping, I'm also concerned and confused at Commissioner Cornell's stance. One minute he is an EA task force member and asked in April 2013, why here, why now, for this sector plan. His response was, why not? Why hasn't this happened yet? And my sons really could have used this. And then Mr. Cornell runs for election and all of a sudden doesn't like this plan. Go figure. I, for one, mean what I say and say what I mean. I want to see this plan go through and continue to grow a quality East County. We are facing threats of the closure of our schools. School board has already closed Waldo, and I'm sure they are itching to do something with Hawthorne. Just ask Ms. Roy. I feel sorry for Alachua County staff because I am sure they are very talented, but are puppets and not able to show their talents when they are directed to find every way to stop this. Not one positive comment. There is tons of land being conserved that will never be built on, and I am just sick of not seeing anything positive come from this commission. You would need to find somebody that is a third party that doesn't have iron in this fire. I do believe in doing the honest thing, but find somebody that doesn't, again, have an iron in this fire to present you the right information instead of one-sided. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Ruth, please, people, come on. Everybody deserves to be heard without being interrupted like that. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I've been in impoverished communities across the country, from the south side of Chicago to small towns in Alabama, as part of my work in public health. To improve a depressed neighborhood and build a healthy community, economic growth is needed. The economic growth needs to be smart and it needs to be well placed. The two planned areas of new growth for Alachua County are in the wrong place and are not smart growth. Large manufacturing industries, particularly foreign-owned companies, are being lured into the South in droves by large parcels of cheap land, even cheaper labor, and large tax subsidies. South Carolina is touted as the model of the New South and economic opportunity. South Carolina has, with much fanfare and patting on the backs of government and industry leaders, brought in over 1,950 foreign-owned companies. South Carolina now ranks last in education, 45th in child well-being, and towards the bottom in per capita income. BMW has been touted as the model of what could happen here. That vision worked 20 years ago. It doesn't work now. BMW is contracted with workforce solutions for factory workers. Those newly hired workers today at BMW make about half of what newly hired workers for BMW made a decade ago. Few benefits go with these poor wages. This past September, the BMW plant in South Carolina had to settle a race discrimination lawsuit. Volkswagen in Tennessee started their workers at the lowest starting wage of any automaker in the U.S. at $14.50, and has since lowered it to $12, and it goes through a labor contractor. The changes proposed to our comprehensive plan should be rejected, as the county has recommended, as the staff of the county have recommended. Plum Creek can work with Alachua County and the city of Gainesville to get smart growth in East Gainesville. I urge the commissioners to not transmit such a divisive and flawed proposal to the state of Florida for review. The state of Michigan did not look out for Flint. It didn't look out for Genesee County. Will the state of Florida look out for Gainesville and Alachua County? I urge the commissioners to vote no and have Plum Creek work towards a plan that the majority of Alachua County residents can support and unify behind. A good starting point for Plum Creek could be Commissioner Hutchinson's proposal to invest directly into East Gainesville. It would be a win-win-win for East Gainesville, Alachua County, and Plum Creek. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you for your comments. Annette Kennedy, then Matthew Hurst. Good evening.
Good evening. I drove here from St. Petersburg. I own a house off of Noonan's Lake, and I bought my house. It's absolutely beautiful. It's only 1,250 square feet, but I can see stars at night, and we have eagles and deer, and it's just an incredible place to live. I'm 2 blocks off the water, so it's really very nice. It's my first home. I went to Pinellas County because I needed work. The kind of work that I do is kind of niche work, so there's a lot of economic opportunity down there. I was on the fence on Tuesday. I heard a lot of people talk, but when I heard staff do the presentation, the first thing that came to my mind was, who are the buyers of these homes? And what's the price point? I know that Nathan Collier back in 2013 complained bitterly to the city of Gainesville that there was too much housing inventory and that he was losing money. So my question to you is, in the 16 months that I've been gone, what's happened? I mean, what's changed in that? Do we have too much housing inventory? I know that there are 3 homes in my neighborhood that have been vacant, and it's a good neighborhood. I don't know why they're vacant, but they've been sitting vacant for at least 8 years. I know staff used a lot of material that was submitted by the applicant, and I understand why. Basically, it's a resource issue. If your applicant is providing staff, they're the best people to refute it or investigate it. But one of the things I found compelling was we had a GRU issue in which Missy Daniels said, we have a GRU facility for water and sewage, but what I never heard was, do we have the capacity? So there were a lot of questions that I have that were not answered when staff did their presentation. And I know why. It's pretty much directed off your applicant. So the process there is a little bit flawed. The other thing I wanted to bring up to you is Tom Daniels had said that part of the people who might buy this are, quote, coastal refugees. And to me, that's a horrible business model. I mean, really, I mean, if we've got coastal refugees and climate change, we're in trouble ourselves because, as everybody knows, Florida is like a soda cracker. So if they're in trouble, we're in trouble too. I don't really understand a lot of what I heard, and I played the tape several times when Mr. Daniels was talking, and I still feel like there's a lot of ambiguity in what was said. And I don't think I'm the only one. I think there's a lot of confusion. The other thing I wanted to tell you was...
You need to start wrapping up your comments.
Oh, I'm sorry. I worked for the Homeless to Work program for what's now Career Source. And poverty is a complex issue, and it takes a lot to get out of it. So with that being said, I think you've got some really good programs in East Gainesville. I say don't transmit.
Thank you very much. Matthew Hurst, followed by Helen Warren and Harvey Ward. If you all could be making your way down.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I think there have been a lot of excellent points made by speakers on both sides of the issue. I strongly urge you to not to amend the comprehensive plan, not to vote for this. I first got involved with the comprehensive planning, became familiar with that term back in about 1999, 2000. I joined a group that was involved in planning out on Tower Road on the west side of town. And I joined this Citizens Advisory Committee to the MTPO in 2000 and was on it for a term. And one of the things is, ever since 1991, we've had an urban growth boundary. And what was interesting to me is that planners generally felt that too much land was actually included in that boundary, and that was the case on every side of the boundary, both on the east side of town and the west side of town. And as testament to that, there's still a lot of land that was included in that boundary way back then that to this day is still undeveloped. I don't think we suffer from a lack of available land. I don't think that's the reason why there's not more development. And the problem with the Plum Creek proposal is basically its location. It is not in East Gainesville, it's not downtown, it is in kind of from a planning standpoint, in the middle of nowhere. That's halfway to Hawthorne on the other side of Noonan's Lake. And the concern I have is if they do succeed, if they do get their land use changed, and if they do build there, if anything, that would seem to draw more energy, more money, more resources away from the burgeoning redevelopment of downtown. And I think it's in some ways really good, actually, that we've had all the redevelopment downtown to the east of the University of Florida campus. And I think the best thing would be if that could continue kind of spilling eastwards. And back in the 90s, they were building apartments on Archer Road. Now they're building them east of the university. And the other concern I have is when they talk about job growth, I feel like it's a little bit of a red herring, given that the lack of available land is not, the limiting factor. When new facilities come in and create these high-tech jobs that require people with very specialized but narrow skills, many years of experience, often a master's degree in some particular specialty of science or technology, usually the people available, usually the person they want is going to be somebody who's living somewhere else. You're not just going to happen to have a scientist with the exact experience they want, unemployed, living right next to there. So my big concern is that it's not really going to do a whole lot for the existing community. And I've seen a bit of kind of contradictory themes there. One theme is that they're going to dovetail with the university in Santa Fe, and that would mean that there would be a lot of vehicle trips, a lot of traffic, a lot of congestion, a lot of pollution back and forth. The other theme I've seen is that this is going to be a walkable, almost self-contained community. And it's kind of, which is it? If it's the walkable, self-contained community, it's not really doing much for the existing community. If it's interfacing with the university, that's, again, the wrong location for it. So I urge you to deny the amendment. I do think there are very real problems of underemployment nationwide. There's recently an article in the Wall Street Journal about people in a particular specialty of engineering that was hot about 5 years ago, that now most of them can't find jobs in their field. And I think the long-term solution is for colleges, universities, vocational training to do a better job of figuring out where the demand is heading so people don't invest so much time in getting trained for something that may not necessarily be there in a few years.
Thank you very much for your comments. Helen Warren, are you here? If not, Harvey Ward. Good evening.
Good evening, Commissioners. And this must seem like Groundhog Day to y'all. It's the same conversation we've been having for quite a long time now. So I want to thank Commissioners and staff for being here and for listening intently, as I know that you all are. This is a treasure. We should, all of us, remember this process. It is amazing that you have more than 200 people willing to come out on successive nights and give up their life to come talk about this. It's like being in a Norman Rockwell painting. Really is fantastic to be a part of this, and I appreciate everybody's involvement. You know, when I first read about Envision Alachua in the newspaper, I thought to myself, why, this looks like a really great plan. I love this, but why do they want to put it in Windsor? Why do they want to put it there? I don't understand. So I went to my dad, who has owned property in Alachua County for most of his 72 years. I said, Dad, why do they want to do this? What do you think? He said, well, boy, that's where they own the land. I said, well, obviously that makes all the sense in the world. It's not this altruistic commitment to the east side of Alachua County. That's where they own the land. But the fact that Plum Creek bought swampland does not create a responsibility for the Alachua County Commission to move heaven and earth for them to be able to develop it. I'm not looking for cheers here. I've got some points I want to make. Look, they own land in Hawthorne that the Hawthorne City Commission is going to help develop, and I think that is wonderful. The folks from Stand By Our Plan, which I've been with for a long time, have supported developing Hawthorne from the very beginning. Nobody's ever spoken against that. I think that's great. I want to see what Plum Creek can make happen there. I want to see jobs developed there, and I can't wait to see that. To develop the land that you're talking about in this proposal, Envision Alachua, the rest of it, would require millions, perhaps tens of millions, perhaps hundreds of millions of dollars of public investment in infrastructure before anything happens there. That's a gamble I'd really rather you did not take with my children and maybe my grandchildren's futures. And that's exactly what it is. It is a gamble with their futures, because that's a lot of money. If we are serious about jobs for East Gainesville, and I hope we are, then there's a plan on the table that can help make that happen. I watched jobs growing up in East Gainesville, I watched jobs leave when Lowe's shut down, when West shut down, when the Iron Horse restaurant shut down, when the grocery stores shut down. I watched all that happen as investment just left. The Takachali Town proposal that Commissioner Hutchinson has put on the table is an opportunity to bring those jobs back along the Waldo Road corridor where there's already infrastructure and where people actually live instead of in the middle of a swamp. I urge you to not transmit this, but to please move forward as soon as possible with negotiating with Plum Creek and with the state to make Takachali Town a reality. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Creed Greer, followed by Kristen Young and John Reiskin. I don't see Creed here, so Kristen Young and is John Reiskin here? Yeah, there you are. Okay, go ahead. Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Chair. My name is Kristen Young. I support education, I support job creation, good development. I support decreasing our economic disparity in our community. I don't support Plum Creek's application for amendment of our comprehensive plan, and I ask the commission not to vote for transmittal. The fundamental problem with this process is that it didn't begin with asking what the community's needs are. It began with the landowner asking how to develop their land. The reason why this area is being proposed for development is not because of identified need or the locations of infrastructure and available services in the urban cluster. The area is rural, is a regional wildlife corridor, is a strategic ecosystem, lacks infrastructure, lacks services, and is distant from the urban cluster. The proposed plan is a classic example of leapfrog development, or in other words, it's urban sprawl. In our comp plan, we have identified urban sprawl as something that does not meet the standards of our community. Urban sprawl is costly. Urban sprawl moves populations and businesses away from urban centers where infrastructure and public services already exist, removing jobs and decreasing the quality of life in those areas. The proposed plan won't benefit Gainesville, but will draw resources and jobs away from Gainesville and the Waldo Road corridor, much like the Western sprawl did decades ago. This type of growth doesn't pay for itself. Many questions are raised in the staff's report regarding where the money will come from to pay for infrastructure and services. Where there are questions, taxpayers will pay. In framing the sector plan as the one great hope for economic equity is exploitive to our community. We need good development in the right places, not in rural, environmentally sensitive areas. If we unite as a community, we can do better. If we unite as a community, we can do better. If we want to improve education, then businesses, organizations, and institutions have to do more than signing compacts. They must use their lobbying power to demand that Tallahassee fully fund the education of our children. If we want jobs, then let's support redevelopment on Waldo Road. Let's explore the proposed redevelopment of Takachali and save the jobs of 1,100 Gainesville residents. Let's create a way for minority and women business owners to have access to microloans to start businesses. Let's support minimum wage ordinances. Let's create a better, more inclusive community. But let's not support this proposed development. The development is not needed at this location at these costs to our community. Let's unite and find real solutions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. John Reiskin and then Oscar Sykes is up.
Thank you. I just have a few questions. First, I have some questions for the Plum Creek Timber, soon to be Weyerhaeuser. What's with all the money? Why so generous distributing funds to so many local people and groups, including several that I am part of? That might be standard practice in New York or Washington, or even in Tallahassee, but here it raises suspicions, at least mine. Why would you risk your envisioned process with such, frankly, sleazy methods? Why aren't you the developer? Since the promises and vision you propose will be up to the developer to deliver. And now that I mentioned promises, how will you guarantee the jobs you promise? And how will you ensure that they go to the residents of East Gainesville? And why do you imply that you have the interests of the East Gainesville community at heart when the only clear beneficiaries of the proposed changes are your shareholders, including your CEO, Rick Holley, whose most recent annual compensation was over $9.8 million $5 million of which came from shares awarded to him. And you talk about your concern about income disparity. And now I have several questions for the county commissioners. Why would you give up a well-thought-out plan for pie-in-the-sky promises that have no guarantee of fulfillment in our time, or for that matter, ever? But don't you think that the hopes raised by these snake oil salesmen should not be ignored or dashed, but that we as a community and you as leaders owe it to the residents of East Gainesville to offer a realistic and substantive plan to fulfill their dreams? How can you ignore the recommendations of your own professional staff? And how much of the necessary infrastructure is expected to be funded by the taxpayers rather than the developers? And why not consider the alternative proposed by one of you, which brings and protects local jobs, preserves the comp plan, and protects our environment? This could be a win-win-win proposition. Finally, what's your hurry? Please do not transmit Plum Creek's plan. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Oscar Sykes. Yes, sir. Good evening.
Hi. Thank you very much for having me. I'm a student here at Eastside and a resident of East Gainesville and the president of our school's environmental club, the 7th generation. We founded the club to get students engaged with North Florida's natural environment so that they can become students of our county's and our world's natural heritage. Our name comes from an Iroquois tradition where at tribal councils, one member would speak for the concerns of people 7 generations from now. It's the idea, the philosophy of thinking about how today's actions impact future generations. Because the people making the decisions today aren't going to be the ones most affected by them. Because it'll be my generation and future generations that'll have to deal with the consequences of Plum Creek's plan. We'll have to deal with the loss of a critical watershed, putting not only natural treasures such as Silver Springs at risk, but also our own right to clean water. We'll have to deal with the loss of critical wildlife corridors, ever more important as climate change pushes species north. We'll have to live in a city with a sprawling urban landscape, one that will suck money and jobs away from Gainesville's downtown and East Gainesville, one that requires roads and utilities that our tax dollars will have to pay for. And I know that Plum Creek isn't going to be dealing with the consequences of this. They'll sell their newly rezoned land and be off to develop somewhere else. Their scholarships and charities will be gone, and they'll leave behind, just as they have in countless communities across America, broken promises, a string of violation of laws, and a legacy of pollution, corruption, and exploitation. Our Eastside High School Club has gone all over Alachua County, hiking and canoeing in the incredible wild areas that make this part of Florida so unique. I spent countless hours biking along the Gainesville-Hawthorne Trail and canoeing in Prairie Creek. In fact, I was almost born there. And both of these places are threatened by Plum Creek's development. We all have these places where we've hiked and played and developed our connection with the natural world. Will my children be able to enjoy these natural areas too, or will these be part of the sprawling urban complex that makes up so much of modern Florida? The decisions our community will make today will send a powerful message to Alachua County's youth. Will we send the message that any company with enough money and political shrewdness can fundamentally alter our community's plans for its own future? That the power of the almighty dollar supersedes a comprehensive plan that combines development with the preservation of our natural heritage? We need to have compromise and reasoned discussion and fight the economic injustice that has left so many of my peers behind here at Eastside. But the solution is using our comprehensive plan to build jobs right in the East Side, rather than leapfrogging to a swamp 15 miles away. As the County Commission makes their decision, I hope they will take into consideration how this development will impact your children, our children's children, and the people 7 generations from now. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Go Rams. Renee Hoffinger, good evening.
He's a hard act to follow, too.
Yes.
Anyway, my name is Renee, and I'm retired from the VA. I've been here since 1979, and so much wonderful stuff has been said that I really can't add much to it. So I just want to look at it from a slightly different perspective. I want to talk about relationships. You know, we've all been in that situation, you know, looking for that someone special, and then a person comes along, they're good looking, they're sweet talking, they say all the right things, they promise you the moon, and they seem like the heaven-sent answer to so many of your concerns. But then you hear from other people that there's more than meets the eye. You know, your possible intended doesn't have exactly the cleanest track record. Maybe they cheated on a spouse, they have a sweetheart in every port, a reputation for not keeping promises, and they've left a string of broken hearts in his or her wake. So your wishful hoping may want to say yes, but when you look at the situation from a more realistic, practical perspective, you know that your best strategy is to run as fast as you can in the opposite direction and spare yourself the inevitable heartbreak. But it's so hard to just say no. To my fellow Gainesvillians who support this proposal, I'm sorry to break it to you, but this is the story of Plum Creek. They are not here to help fix the problems of our community. They are not genuinely interested in improving our quality of life. Indeed, they have a solid reputation for leaving community environments in worse condition than they found them. In any case, they don't even have the ability to fix and improve. That's not what they do. As you've heard from PC representatives themselves, their mission is to increase the value of their land holdings so they can sell them off at a huge profit. Their only concern is their corporate bottom line, and in the tradition of carpetbaggers and, as somebody already said, snake oil salesmen, they will say, promise, raise hopes, create citizen-friendly sounding task forces, anything it takes to convince you otherwise than that they have your interests sincerely at heart. Although corporations may currently legally be people, you and I know that they aren't really people. They don't actually live here, they don't suffer the consequences of their actions, and when push comes to shove, they and their representatives are outsiders, unperturbed by the negative effects that they leave behind. I agree with Vivian Filer and other people in our community about concerns with income disparity, employment, transportation, food deserts, education, environment, all of those things we need to have difficult conversations about, but those are not the concerns of Plum Creek. And the area in which they're discussing isn't exactly where those solutions are going to happen within walking distance. And this is why I encourage you to reject their plan and that we get to work looking about how to solve these seemingly perennial problems that we have as a community and have those difficult conversations. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much. And now we have Laura Berkelman, followed by Delonica Peck. Good evening.
Good evening, everybody. I'm opposed to the Plum Creek proposal. And in 1968, it was thought that the National Flood Insurance Program could potentially be successful because it could start having flood insurance where insurers thought things weren't insurable, and tie insurance to land use changes that would lower overall risk. Unfortunately, lawmakers have struggled to achieve fiscally sound balance between the plan's objectives or impose building codes or land use policies to slow development of flood-prone areas. I'm boring enough, don't turn down the lights. But after the last 10 years alone, the flood plan program has left $28 billion in debt to the U.S. taxpayers. The economic burden of flooding is not just borne by the federal taxpayer, but also by taxpayers of the local areas. I did a 2-minute search on Google and hit 6 states on the first page that have flood buyout programs. These were even, I didn't go to the second page. But one of the typical cases is in Austin, Texas. In 2013, the federal government agreed to pay $11.2 million in a buyout program for a subdivision built in and adjacent to the Onion Creek floodplain. The taxpayers of Travis County and the city of Austin had to come up with an additional $39 million to buy out 660 homes. 2.5 years later, it's gotten worse. They now have to buy an additional 211 homes, and the cost is up to $60 million. And that's before the cost of removing infrastructure from this area. So now we have a proposal from a real estate investment trust to build in areas that range from 13 to 42% floodplain. If we do it, we have to pay part of the infrastructure cost up front, then it gets developed, then we get to buy it back. And if we have to spend $60 million on removing 600 homes, how will we pay $5,000 to get Cross Creek's fire department a little bit of support? How will we find $45,000 to fix a bridge on 96th Avenue where the developer has left them high and dry? Our current plan does a good job of protecting us from building in and around floodplains. Please continue with the current comprehensive plan. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Claude Brown or Delana Peck, and then Claude Brown. Go ahead.
Hi, Delana Peck. Good evening, everyone. There's been so much said tonight, I don't really have anything eloquent to add to it. I just want to ask you to please stick with the county comprehensive plan, listen to your staff, and don't transmit this right now. It needs more work. Thank you.
Thank you for being here. Claude Brown. And Marshall Clayton Rawson, you're next.
Thank you. I didn't bring but a little bit to talk about. Actually, this is a prompt to get your attention. It's also a prompt to mention that things are not what they always seem to be. The Plum Creek request before the commission seems to a simple man such as myself to be a non-issue. Nothing is more absurd or spiritually offensive than suggesting that one place can be destroyed for the sake of another place, hence the wetlands I'm speaking of. It is apparent that the comp plan is changed in favor of the petitioner. They need do nothing more. Plum Creek shares are based on land value, and this would increase the economic gain for Plum Creek shareholders practically overnight at the expense of local protections and potentially an increase in tax burden for the citizens of Alachua County. This digital windfall for PC stockholders does not equate to more tax revenue for the county, nor does it increase jobs. We know that the comp plan is what guides us. Rhetorically speaking to each of the commissioners, if you see a growth on your neck, you don't ask the person sitting next to you, what do you think it is? You go see a physician for professional opinion. She or he may refer you to a specialist who can then tell you if it is precancerous or likely to spread to other areas, or if you are now more susceptible to other undesirable growths. It would seem that an individual commissioner would listen to an expert on health issues and would seek out experts in regard to the comp plan, basically county staff. Citizens of the county pay taxes for their salaries. I know they go through a stringent vetting process. You also pay taxes, and by doing so, admit that they have the expertise to evaluate this petition. Considering their experience and combined number of years doing this specialized work, you should not only listen to staff, but I strongly suggest you follow their recommendations. I urge you to deny this Plum Creek petition. And lastly, I would say it is not how long we have, but what we choose to do with the time we are given.
Thank you very much. And now we have Marshall Clayton Rawson, and followed by Nancy Kirkland. Good evening.
Thank you.
The numbers are the gentleman here is 152.
I'm Marshall Clayton Rawson, and when I think about the Plum Creek development proposal, two words come to my mind: unintended consequences. Looking at the environment, what purpose do wetlands have? These wetlands help steer flood control, provide valuable habitats for much of Florida's ecosystem, such as Florida's endangered and threatened species. Much of the fish and game that hunters and outdoorsmen appreciate, as well as much of Florida's freshwater reservoirs that improve water retention and filtration. Economically, to those people in East Gainesville and Hawthorne who believe that this proposal is going to bring them an abundance of jobs, let me ask you, how much do you think that this will cause your property tax to go up during the next 20 years? And do you think that those jobs are going to exclusively go to you or to outsiders from South Florida and other places who will fill in the residential developments? Looking at the tax costs of roads, government schools, and other government facilities, Essentially, the development of Plum Creek will be the development of more government. My quarrel is not with capitalism. I'm a strong advocate of free market capitalism. My quarrel is when capital gains are put above our home, our beautiful country land, and above God's green earth and wetlands. After all, we are here only temporarily. We must ask ourselves, what are we to leave to future generations? Beautiful pastures, oaks, and cypress, or concrete, pollution, and overcrowded residential areas? To those on the other side who consider themselves conservative, as I do, tell me exactly, what are you conserving? Does Alachua County want to look like Fulton County of Georgia or Dade County of Florida? Gainesville and Alachua County has a strong legacy for being Tree City, USA, a legacy that my grandfather, Noel Lake, helped create, and one that I intend to defend. Thank you, and I strongly reject Plum Creek's development proposal.
Thank you for your comments. Nancy Kirkland. Good evening.
Good evening, gentlemen. I'm Nancy Kirkland. I am a happy resident of the city of Hawthorne. I'm not a drug user. I'm not impoverished, as some of the speakers would have you believe, is really a significant issue in Hawthorne. I find Hawthorne to be a very pleasant place with wonderful people. Where the annexation leads us, I do not know. The jury's out on that. We shall see. But I can tell you that you could describe me as a high information voter. I may have voted for one of you. I do not recall any of you describing your intent, if elected, to support and defend the narrow interest of a single stakeholder, over and above the concerns of many of your other constituents. It is not your responsibility as our elected officials to foster the financial welfare of this one entity whose intent is to take action in direct contradiction of the existing comprehensive plan, which is periodically reviewed and updated and which is scheduled for review within, I believe, 2 years. I have some questions. How many times must your own qualified and experienced staff tell you that the envisioned Alachua plan is a bad plan and not in the interest of Alachua County? And what confidence can we have that agreements and promises, the various coulds and shoulds and mays and mights made by Plum Creek, bind and be honored by Weyerhaeuser following this corporate merger? I was involved in corporate mergers in my career, and I can on the acquiring end, and I can tell you that promises don't hold up. Matter of fact, many mergers are structured so that you can be sure the promises that were made will not hold up. Finally, and I hate to ask you this, but please let us all know if the fix is already in on this so that we can move on to whatever we must do. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Roger Gilbranson and then Frank Morey. Are either of them here? Numbers 154 and 155. So we'll move on to Randy Batista and then Laura. Oh, Frank, come on down. And Randy, you're on deck.
I see a lot of nodding heads up there. Hope you'll wake up for me. Appreciate it. My name is Frank Morey. I'm a citizen of Eastern Alachua County. In 2003, my wife and I moved from Key West in order to be near family members in this area. We bought 20 acres in Eastern Alachua County and was told that the comprehensive land use plan governed what one could do with the land. Tuesday, you heard the industrial history of Weyerhaeuser and Plum Creek. It was three three-minute sessions, if you remember. They are in the business of making money. They are neither job creators nor social workers. They have only one target, the bottom line. Really, after hearing this history of these people, do you want them in Stavers? I can't really fathom that. So let's put the pieces together. Plum Creek comes to you with a very vague land plan and sells it as being the chance of the century for the area. You approve the plan, and Plum Creek starts selling land to developers. Then Plum Creek and the developers run into snags in the plan and come to the Board of County Commissioners wanting changes. The first change I see happening is the jobs to housing ratio. So you say no to more changes, and that results in court action costing the taxpayers millions of dollars in legal fees. Or you say yes to the additional changes, and the rest of the Alachua County Comprehensive Plan has gone the way of the American buffalo. Since home developers don't make money unless they are building, I don't see them waiting for jobs. I see houses being built and a village-style community emerging for retirement, or retirees, I should say. Yes, this will produce jobs, domestic in nature. The only takers I see for the Plum Creek land that is publicly known is IFAS, and they are tax-supported. Commissioners, simply by voting yes, you could create a mecca for realtors, builders, and Plum Creek stockholders. You will also create a nightmare for the people who presently live in that area. I have to wonder if the people who are living next to the land deal are going to be thrown to the wolves by our elected officials like the people living in the enclaves of the recent Hawthorne annexation. The approval of this plan will create a privileged class that will enjoy rights denied the rest of the citizens. I have to wonder which of the old English titles we should call them by, lords, duke, or earl. After all, I see them wearing royal purple all the time. Since it is a wealth-based state law that allows this, it appears to be a violation of the United States Constitution and probably will be challenged at a later time. The fuzziness of the plan is no accident. In my career as a criminal investigator, I have found that fuzziness allows deception by confusion, intended or not. I beg you, do not forward this thing.
Thank you. Randy Batista and then Loretta Welpton. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Randy Batista, and first of all, I would like to thank staff for the outstanding program that they have done in presenting the data that we need to hear. But I'd also like to thank Plum Creek, the Board of Realtors, the construction business, Santa Fe Healthcare, University of Florida, and all those people who really believe that the east side of Gainesville has some real issues. As a businessman who came to downtown Gainesville in 1974, when the Gainesville Sun was exiting out the street, moving to the northwest side of town, when the only people who were there was myself, who opened a business, the Hippodrome, Mark Sexton was there, and a few other scattered business, Mike's Bookstore. And we patiently waited for economic development to happen downtown. And I am a product of economic growth because I had the vision, and I had the patience, and I had the insight to realize that yes, this community has great attributes. It also has great deficits. And one of the great deficits is that we've never addressed the east side of Gainesville. The downtown Gainesville was not addressed either. But lo and behold, all of a sudden, is the Mecca. It is where Midtown is a glorious and famous place to be living at. Everyone wants to live downtown. They don't want to live out on the outside of the city. They don't want to drive a car. Here's some things that we need to look at for the future of Alachua County. And so to me, thanks to this plan and what they have brought out, which is, yes, we do have some giant issues about unemployment. So here's what I say. As a businessman who survived, who, by the many lucky stars, I have a tenant right now who's from California and Philadelphia, who has an incredibly established business, who came down to downtown Gainesville, is part of our community. So what I say is, why don't we really address the issues of the east side of town? Let's bring these people around the table. Let's bring the county commission. Let's bring the city of Gainesville. Let's bring everybody, because you know what? It doesn't affect those people just on the east side. It affects everyone. And this is the issue, that it affects everyone. And my dream has always been to make Gainesville, Alachua County, a destination place, to bring nature and culture together, which is what our call is to the city of Gainesville. Why can't we bring Gainesville into the 21st century and say, you know what? This is a great place to turn that side of town into this nature preserve, and let's blaze a trail to it. I stand before you to ask you to embrace what Plum Creek has addressed, which is job and unemployment, needing employment for that section of town. And I have documented, I'm a photographer, I've documented poverty in this town. I know what that picture looks like. I have raised money for women who can afford a mammogram and worked with the Acorn Clinic to establish funds so those women could get a mammogram. And it was through the grace of this community that stepped up, and we raised $63,000 for that clinic. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Ms. Welpton, good evening.
Good evening. My name is Loretta Welpton. I want to thank the commissioners, the staff, and all the participants for this evening's information. I came to Gainesville in 1967 as a freshman at the University of Florida, attended UF and graduated twice. I lived in Alachua County for 34 years. My children were born here and raised here and educated here. Alachua County is so special that I drove back from Citrus County, where I've retired, to address you tonight. Alachua County has many unique properties and features, but the three that I will not belabor too long here, since I'm a carpetbagger of sorts, is that Alachua County contains some of the most unique Florida wildlands, and we need to protect them. The aquifer recharge and protection in Alachua County is crucial for the northern part and the central part and the southern part of the state. The promise of jobs and economic development is contained in a plan that goes 50 years out, or what in my calculation is 2 or 3 generations. Promises 2 or 3 generations in the future don't help us now. I'll just sum it up. Don't let all the hard work of our expert county staff, our Alachua County citizens who worked on the comprehensive plan, toiled to no end to come up with something that's going to be laid aside. The voters, all of us want this to happen. Please make it so. Do not transmit this plan to Tallahassee. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Lori Wiggins, and then Glenn and Marlene Eckert, and we're up to number 160. Good evening.
I just wanted to say how much I appreciate being from a county like this and having people, staff, and commissioners who have really made a difference in this whole process. I'm from the backwoods. Nothing would ever make me come and stand before a group of people and speak other than to have my home and way of life threatened. I was raised in Hawthorne. I'm from Grove Park, and I had hardworking parents who provided for me. We weren't rich, but we enjoyed the lakes, the streams. I played in the creek, Lochloosa Creek. I raised a family there. My kids played in the same creek. It is a wonderful place, and I have had a very charmed life here. When I divorced, I moved to Putnam County out in Melrose, which I love. I tried to make an impression on my children about the choices that they made. They were educated in Hawthorne. They were not well educated. But I did stress to them that they still had the potential to make something of themselves. One of them, it took her a long time. She went to Santa Fe. She put herself through school. She worked 2 jobs. And it took her maybe 3-4 years, but she did make a success of herself. The choices that she made were her own doing. My other daughter, she took a little bit different route, but she also buckled down, went to school, got an education, and she's working in East Gainesville now, and she loves it there. Those girls used what was in them to make something of themselves. Corporations don't do that. They can give you opportunity, but that opportunity doesn't mean anything if you don't have the will to make it happen. I would appreciate you protecting our county's comprehensive plan and preserving my way of life, my children's way of life, and my future grandchildren who will probably be living here. Plum Creek's plan doesn't provide a place for people like us. It provides an urbanized area and no more rural way of life. So please, don't submit this plan.
Thank you for your comments. Are Glenn Eckert and Marlene Eckert here? If not, we'll move on to number 161, PJ Offhanner. And Linda Kemp, you're on deck. Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you for hearing me. I'm not a public speaker, and I'm probably going to go real soon. So first off, let me say, I would like to ask you to do not transmit this plan. Transmit it to get other opinions, as I found. I'm a refugee from South Florida. I'm a lifelong Floridian. I served a career in public service. I know how hard your staff has worked. I've been through many of these development challenges, and I hope that you will do the right thing for the citizens of Alachua County. I moved up here because I wanted to be around people like this, people who are educated, people who love this state like I do. There's not much left of it, and I hope that you keep it the way it is. We don't need more concrete. We don't. You've got plenty of room in your plan for all of these people talking about jobs. I can tell you right now, I've been through this for 20 years. I watched South Florida die. The plans never come through. They never use the locals. They bring in other people, they're temporary, they're transient, and they stomp on the people who built this state. I hope that you have the guts to stand up and support the people that voted you into office and keep this magical place that is Alachua County. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Linda Kemp, you're up. And then, is Pat Bartlett here? Okay, I don't see her. Go ahead, Ms. Kemp.
Okay, I'll be brief. I've been sending my commissioners emails. I hope you have been reading them. This is one that I sent to one of the commissioners, and I'd like to share it. What Plum Creek is trying to do is sell you what is called a pig in a poke. In other words, something that you can't actually see, and in reality, something that might not even be there. They hold out their scheme as the last great hope for all of the unemployed African Americans who live on the east side of Gainesville. They are not offering even one job. They don't have any manufacturing or internet technology companies waiting to jump on board. They show you pictures of what happened somewhere else that has nothing to do with East Gainesville. In the area they are proposing to have this possible development isn't even in East Gainesville, but miles outside of the city near the small town of Windsor. You can't even walk to it from East Gainesville. It is nowhere near the predominantly black neighborhood of East Gainesville. It all sounds so nice, but it's just one big scheme to get rezoning for their land, and then they will leave town and sell what they own to someone else for more money than it is worth right now. It's a money-making scheme for them, pure and simple as that. They have been attempting to brainwash this county commission for the past 2 years by saying the same things over and over and hoping it will stick, or you will change your mind to their way of thinking. The citizens of Alachua County are lucky to have had the most thoughtful, progressively thinking commissioners in the whole state of Florida. Our Alachua County Commission spent a long time to come up with the comprehensive plan that would protect us from the onslaught of developers in our future. That future has come to us now in the form of Plum Creek. You need to stand tall in the knowledge that we will protect our environment from sprawl and overzealous plans rampaging through our rural lands, and instead take thoughtful and measured steps forward. Deny to send this out-of-control Plum Creek plan to the state. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. And next we have Ellen Voss. Good evening.
Honorable Chair and County Commissioners, I'm Ellen Voss, and my home is in Hawthorne. I urge you to transmit the sector plan. You have an opportunity to lock in 23,000 acres of conservation and preservation land with no future development rights. You also have the opportunity to make available 3,500 acres of development for jobs in the future in the eastern side of Alachua County. Your 50-year sector plan provides a future for the east side of the county. With its transmittal to Tallahassee and adoption, you secure that future from future commissions that may support more intensive development that the sector plan doesn't address. So I urge you to transmit the sector plan. Also, in closing, I would say that in 1965, if we had a sector plan on the west side of Gainesville when I-75 was done, it would be 51 years now, and I would like to see what a sector plan would have done for our west side of the county and some of the issues that we have on the west side. That's my end of my comments. Thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you for being here.
Mr. Chair?
Yeah.
It's a little after 10 now, and I don't know what you're going to do about the break situation, but how many more people do we have? Somewhere in the neighborhood of about 60, 50?
10:05 would be our 90-minute break, so.
So,
Mr. Chair.
perhaps we should go to 2 minutes?
Mike.
Well, I don't agree we should go to 2 minutes. I think everyone ought to get the same chance to speak. We're clearly not going to make it tonight, and I think we owe it to people to not try to be here at 2 o'clock in the morning. We're used to stuff like this, but it's brutal for most people, and I think we owe it to people to be able to speak clearly and for us to be able to understand clearly what they're saying. If this takes 10 meetings, we need to take 10 meetings. I think the next meeting, we should continue the citizen comment at that time, and a lot of the people who we just wore out and they went home, they want to come back and speak at another meeting if they don't have to wait until 10 o'clock. So there may be 50 people left on our list, but I bet a lot more than that might want to speak. So rather than dragging this out to midnight, I think we should, in my opinion, we ought to go ahead and wrap it up the same time that we did before and shoot for next Thursday, same time, same place, and take as many meetings as it takes.
All right, so why don't we hear a motion and a counter motion, and then we'll quickly vote on whether we're going. And the two choices are we go to 10:30 and recess for a week, or we go to midnight, which I think will catch all the speakers, and then we can, that are here. So,
There's no way we're going to catch all the speakers.
Yeah, we are.
Till midnight.
Well, I just did the math at 3 minutes each. That gets us to midnight.
50 more speakers? That's 2.5 hours.
It's, yeah.
Monday night.
So, so Monday might be
Mr. Chair, I would move that we recess the meeting at 10:30, and I don't have a time yet because I don't know if we have a locked-in time. It's Thursday at 5. By the way, 50 more speakers, that's 2.5 hours.
Right.
Okay, so we're not going to be done at midnight.
Mr. Chair, I have a
Wait a minute, so you have a motion to?
Second.
Motion and second to end at 10:30. You have it?
I mean, I would like to go at least until 12:30 tonight, if that's possible. I would move a substitute motion that we continue till 12:30.
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second to, that's a substitute, which means we'll vote on that one first, and if that one fails, we'll go to this one.
Mr. Chair, I have a question for the attorney.
Go ahead.
My question for the attorney is, To continue this process for an indefinite period, not an indefinite period of time, but for an extended period of time, I don't know if that also serves the purpose of, and also serves the applicant. I think I would like to hear from everyone. I would like to give everyone their chance to speak. But I also think that the applicant and the public has a need to hear us speak and to ultimately make some decisions. And so do we have a time frame, Madam Attorney, or is there no time frame?
Mr. Chair, as far as a time frame goes, first of all, we have to continue to a date and time certain when we recess, or we have to re-advertise, which extends out the time. And we do have to be wary of the point that the public comment should be at or near the time the decision is made based on state statute. So if you continue this, to a month out, that's not really at or near the time the decision's made.
So, Mr. Chair, I'm very interested in making sure we hear from the public, but I also am cognizant of that this is something that if we have 4 weeks of public comment, and this is only the first week, I don't think we will, but if we have scheduling issues, I'd like to resolve those sooner rather than later.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor and a substitute motion, and
May I ask a question about the substitute motion?
Yeah.
Commissioner Cornell, is it your intention that if more people want to speak at our next meeting, we allow them to?
Yes, yes, absolutely. Yeah, I would like for everybody to have a chance to speak, but there are a number of people here that would like to get their comments in and not have to come back for another day. And
Okay.
so I think if we can
So
get through.
I say a kind of middle ground here then, so if everyone understands, we're going to have another opportunity for public comment. So if you don't want to wait for another hour and a half, or if you'd rather make your comments fresh, you may leave, and you will be on your time at your place in the list when we have our next meeting. Those of you who want to do it tonight, you certainly can, but don't feel like if you don't do it tonight, you won't get a chance. Do we have another date? Thursday?
well, they're talking about, is Thursday it? Okay, so it'd be
Thursday, 5 o'clock here. Does your motion include that, Commissioner Cornell?
Yeah, and we would continue, we would recess at 12:30 and then continue at Thursday at 5 o'clock.
Well, if we're going to do that, we might as well just go ahead and go till 10:30. Well, I can vote.
Well, that was my thinking, Commissioner. Thank you.
You seconded my motion.
I did, because I thought tonight was going to be a public.
Well, we're going to vote on these, guys. So we're going to vote on the substitute first, which is that we go till 12:30 tonight. And all in favor of that, signify with
Wait,
aye.
I'm sorry, which one are we voting on? Substitute?
12:30, the
Okay.
substitute. All in favor of going till 12:30, signify with aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
No.
Okay, that motion fails. So now we go to the 10:30 option. All in favor signify with aye.
Aye.
All opposed? That motion passes. So we'll go till 10:30 tonight, and then we'll recess at 10:30 and come back in a week.
And Mr. Chair, someone just asked if we're voting tonight. No, we're not even going to start talking about it tonight. We're not going to do that until citizens have finished commenting.
So it's 10:09, so we've got, we'll go 20 more minutes, which is roughly 7 speakers or so. And so Ken Van Nordwick, you're up next.
Interrupt for just 1 second? I apologize for this. Was there a possibility that you may be able to continue this meeting on Monday versus Thursday? We're the AV vendor. Thursday's a real hardship for us. We're going to try to make it work for you. Monday would be a whole lot easier for us. So if there's any chance of doing this Monday versus Thursday, that would be a lot easier for us. So,
I have no
but we
opinion,
will
Mr.
be
Chair.
here Thursday. We will take care of it. So,
I'd be in favor of that.
Mr. Chair, the only challenge to that is we did announce the Thursday meeting date early on in this meeting, so we would have to work real hard to get the word out to the public for those that heard that early in the meeting. And I don't know if the attorney has an opinion on whether or not we can announce a meeting like that and then.
As long as during the meeting here, we continue to a date and time certain, and frankly, our social media pages have more subscribers, I think, than print.
So,
Mr.
Missy.
Chair, I just want to say real quick, Monday was open when I was checking dates, but I didn't ask for it. So That was early this morning. It may still be open, but I'd need to ask for it tomorrow.
Ask for it from,
The school.
is there anyone here who can speak for them?
I don't think so.
Anyway, I'll make it work for Thursday. I just was wondering if it was a possibility. I will make it work.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, so we will make an announcement at 10:30 when things are going to be, but it looks like it'll be Thursday. So Ken Van Nordwick, you're up, and I don't see Ken. John Skelly, you're next. Good evening.
Good evening, Commissioners. I want to take a moment to encourage you to thank this courageous staff because they have, with your support, told you the truth, had the courage to do that. And I know what it feels like to be staff and not have the support. And actually, that situation led me to my first real economic development experience. And I have to confess, I guess, that I actually was a member of the Economic Development Industrial Complex. To my long life since then, and I'm sure to my dying day, I'll regret my experience. But basically, it boils down to holding out the hope of jobs in return for use of and access to public resources. In my initial instance, I was working at the Regional Planning Council, and I was a director of a job training program for low-income people for an 11-county area. This program was supported and guided by 11 county commissions, including Alachua County. This was 1988 through 1996. In the first 4 years, a large percentage, 15%, of the money that was intended to buy books, uniforms, tools, pay for transportation for low-income people who were engaged in the training that we were paying for at community colleges, VOTEC schools, et cetera. 15% of that money was siphoned away for an economic development program that promised jobs for all those people. This money went to chambers of commerce in 11 counties who used it for staff purposes, travel purposes. The 11 county region spent $1.5 million over the 4 years that this was operating while I was there. After those 4 years, federal authorities began scratching their heads and wondered if our $10,000 ads in economic development magazines was really helping provide jobs for poor people in north central Florida. They came down and questioned that so severely that they disallowed the $1.5 million. And I engaged for a 2-year period, 95 and 96, in helping the Regional Planning Council with its attorney and the support of local chambers of commerce to justify on paper that we actually created jobs. It was a bogus effort. Nobody lied. We only exaggerated to the point of exhaustion. And we exhausted the federal authorities after 2 years and half a dozen trips with truckloads of documents. I saw the shell game. I've seen it happen over and over in Alachua County for the last 40 years. Every economic development project that comes through promises jobs, particularly for East Gainesville. The fear...
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
The fear is here. The fear is not fair. You should be afraid of the people in East Gainesville. You should be afraid of the environmentalists, the people who are really getting...
I need to ask you to wrap up. Thank you very much.
I'm wrapping up by saying, pay attention to the people who are telling you the truth, both your staff and the people who have had some experience.
Please, your time is up. Michael Canny. Good evening.
Good evening, Commissioners. It's been a wonderful night listening to all of these testimonies and all of these opinions, because I think it shows how many people in this community really care about these issues. And actually, everything that I intended to say has already been said at least 5 times. So I won't go on too much, except I do think it's important that we come away from this with something from this conversation that will go on beyond this particular vote, because I think Plum Creek has, I think, unintentionally stimulated something that I think the Envision Alachua project was really just a sham to sell Plum Creek's agenda to the community and raise the value of their land. I mean, that's what they're in business to do. But I think what it did bring out, it's not a sham in the sense that all the issues that have been raised are bogus issues. They're all real issues. And all the people who have these concerns, the people who are saying vote for this, have genuine concerns. I just don't think the concerns are going to be addressed by this project. You know, I think the solution, as many people have said, is here in East Gainesville. It's not in the swamps, you know, and the flat woods, the beautiful, beautiful area east of Gainesville that is not suitable for this kind of development. And so I urge you not to transmit this plan, but I urge you to continue the conversation as Mr. Hutchinson has introduced an idea. I think there are other ideas in the community, but the ideas need to be how we can come together and address the needs of East Gainesville in a way that is, first of all, consistent with the comprehensive plan, which is a really great plan, and also practically possible, because all of the promises that are being made by Plum Creek are just, they're pie in the sky. There's no telling when or if ever any of them could come to be. But we could come together in this community and talk about what we can do now with the resources that are here, with all of the people who have come together to testify about the need for this. Well, you can do it without Plum Creek, and you can have your own Envision Alachua and have everybody on board in a hands-on way start on the areas that are suitable for this kind of development right here. So I urge you not to transmit this plan, but to work on a real plan that will work. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. And Samuel Jones Jr., who I think spoke earlier, David Gold, are you here? And Judy Bowles. Yeah, so Wade Swickle?
Swickle, thank
Swickle,
you.
there you go. Howdy.
My name is Wade Swickle. I'm a two-time graduate from the University of Florida and a small business owner in this community. I am not, however, native to Gainesville. I chose to stay in Gainesville after graduating to focus on growing the business I had started as a student because of the potential I saw in this town and because of the inspiration I found in this community. My parents lived outside Austin, Texas in the early 80s. They told me what they see in Gainesville now reminds them exactly how Austin looked. It was a small to mid-sized 80,000 person college town at that time, on the verge of exploding with construction starting to go up all around. It only took a few anchor companies to turn Austin into one of the most culturally diverse and innovative startup hubs in the world. Now it houses Dell, IBM, divisions of Apple, 3M, countless technology startups. For anybody that has ever been to Austin, they can attest to how amazing of a destination it is and how the quality of life there is leaps and bounds over the national average. This cultural and economic hub could be Gainesville. Gainesville could become Silicon Swamp. The startup and business community in Gainesville has been working so hard to turn Gainesville into a prosperous and attractive community. Is the city not trying to attract outside talent and tourism? Is the city against getting students to stay after graduation? By not allowing this plan to go through, what's the point? If government is going to get in the way and prevent us from improving the quality of life here, improving the quality of life for the 37% of poverty that exists in our community, what is the point of future entrepreneurs such as myself from staying in this area? Let's open the door to opportunity in Gainesville. Let's refuse to stifle our growth. The natural parks and attractions we currently have will not go anywhere, but our economy will. It will take off. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Lisa Guerin and then Sandy Batista. Good evening.
Good evening, Commissioners. I wonder, are the Plum Creek representatives still here?
Yes.
Oh, great, because I wasn't going to speak otherwise. I wrote a letter to all of you earlier today. I think some of you already saw it. I'm just going to condense that because I've been encouraged to say this publicly so that the Plum Creek folks can hear this as well. Like me, you're probably cramping up here, so let me just quickly go through my narrative here. All right. So on Tuesday night, when we sat through 5.5 hours of presentations, I found the most reprehensible thing in the entire evening to be the presentation by the prime Plum Creek representative, who very carefully and cleverly wove in the theme of blame and shame related to our poverty program, our poverty problem here in Alachua County. And I'm not going to expand on that because I already did in the letter that I sent you, but I do, if we're going to follow that path for a minute, which actually, in my opinion, is not at all relevant here. What's relevant is your opportunity to decline the request to deposit a community and an industrial center in the middle of a swamp. That's really what's in front of you. But Plum Creek has introduced the question of poverty as part of our debate here. So I did a little homework, and I just want to sort of enter this into the conversation. The first thing I discovered in looking through poverty statistics in Alachua County goes to low birth weight infants. I'm a nurse practitioner. That's where I go for indicators of distress. And looking at low birth weight infant residents in Alachua County, I find that more than half of those families and the children that are the result of those families live west of I-75, excuse me, I'm having this terrible cramp in my leg here, or immediately north of the UF campus. So my question is, where do we find poverty in Alachua County? Certainly it's on the east side of town, but the idea that building something 20 miles from here is going to improve the chances of impoverished people to have a shot at the American dream is probably at the very outset of the conversation a fallacy. The second thing that I want to comment on is gosh, this leg, I'm sorry, sitting for 5 hours is not my choice. I want to comment on the use of Greenville, South Carolina as a model. If you look at their data, you'll find that their poverty statistics are not so different than ours. I encourage you to look at freely available information about that, and I would ask the Commission to take a good look at those numbers as part of educating yourselves going forward. Thanks so much.
Thank you for your comments. Sandy Batista. And Dara's friend, I believe, spoke yesterday, and Alyssa Brown. Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. My name is Alyssa Brown, and I'm the Gainesville Area Chamber of Commerce's Communications Director, and also I'm a registered lobbyist for that organization. It was my intent to come up here and tell you why, as a parent, a professional, and a citizen here, I support the Envision Alachua Sector Plan. But I think I'll just say what I think is among the most important facts, and that is that if this plan ultimately is passed, it would amend the existing county comprehensive plan. So no one could change it unless a future county commission opted to. It would have to be executed as outlined in the plan as part of the county comprehensive plan. So it would have to happen that way. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. Paul Locke and then Gilbert Levy. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Paul Locke, and I live on Holden Park Road out in Hawthorne, Florida. And all I can say to you gentlemen is kick this Plum Creek plan clear off of the plan field and get back to our plan. Now, the reason why I say that, it's going to take 50 to 150 years to implement this plan, and your great-grandchildren's not even going to be born yet, and we're making decisions for them. Now, that's not too smart of us. And we need to think about that seriously. Now, I read in the paper here where there's 1,400 acres that's going to be totally lost from control by the county if this plan is approved. Now, is that an error or is that a fact? If it's a fact, boy, we're in bad shape. Now, that's all there is to it. Now, if we're going to drain wetlands out here for development, our lakes is going to go dry, Loch Loose is going to be gone, and Newman and them, your wells is going to go dry. This may be 150 years out, but it's coming. If we learn our lesson down in the Everglades, we let developers come out there and run canals, and we just about drained it. Just about drained it. So let's not make that mistake up here. This it upsets me to think about it. But anyway, let's get back to our plan and let it work, and the whole county would develop just like Western Gainesville has if a little time is allowed. We don't need a multinational company on the stock market controlling us for the next 100 and some years.
Thank you very much for your comments. And Mr. Levy or Levy?
Either way, it doesn't matter. I answer to both.
You'll have the last word before we recess, so go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Chair Hutchinson and Commissioners. I'm tired of being here, and this is your second night, so I'll try to be as brief as possible. I have been a resident of Alachua County for 34 years, and I have seen it change dramatically. Some for the good, some for the bad. I believe one of the greatest challenges we face as a community is economic disparity. Our community cannot reach its fullest potential if we don't provide more parity in employment and economic opportunity. We are seeing an economic revival in Gainesville and Alachua County, but for many, the jobs that are being created don't realistically provide for financial improvement, and in the reality of many families, with a number of them having to hold 2 and 3 jobs to make ends meet and nurture the hopes of their children. You, as a commission, can pave the way for manufacturing and related jobs that will help raise the economic hopes of the entire community, all while preserving pristine lands for our future generations to enjoy. I urge you to send the plan to Tallahassee. And to those that so passionately oppose this plan, I don't fault you. But take the energy that you have brought in tonight into bringing high-quality jobs to East Gainesville. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. So, commissioners and public, we're going to move this. We're going to recess this meeting until Thursday, February the 25th at 5 p.m. at Eastside High School. Correct? Correct. Everybody understand that? Good.
I thank everybody for being here.
Thank you all very much tonight. And we are in recess until next Thursday.